Signal stays good. Come on, dog. You want to go over here? Let's do it. Let's do it. Hey, what's up? Good afternoon or good evening, wherever people who might be tuning in from. We've had people from Indonesia, Korea, all sorts of places too. We've had people from China coming in recently. And I don't speak any Mandarin. I can't read Mandarin to save my life. I can barely understand any Arabic. Come on. But you hear enough words, you kind of start to learn some of the words. Oh, there's a rabbit. Dog's going crazy. Good afternoon, everybody. How you doing? Come on, Ruby. She's freaking out. She saw a wabbit. I thought I saw a wabbit. Come on, Ruby. Come on, baby. Uh-oh, here we go. Hey, pipe down, please. We're not rabbit hunting right now. So I have some less than pleasant language to share with you today about the Israeli side of this. So if that kind of stuff offends you, you might want to swipe on. Somebody says learn Arabic $4 an hour. Somebody must have some kind of a scan that has people talking about Arabic. Somebody here says learn Arabic $4 per hour in a Zoom. There are plenty of YouTube videos that I can watch to go over the basics, but it's a very different language than English. Obviously, it's written from right to left. It's just a whole different thing. When I was in the service, when I was in Saudi Arabia, of course they speak Arabic as well as in Iraq, and it's a very different type of language to learn. But it's beautiful, by the way. And if you read the way the Quran is written in Arabic, it's like poetry, which I think is really cool. I've heard different passages translated to English, but it just doesn't sound as good as when it's said in Arabic. So I really am impressed with people who speak like there was some people speak like four languages, like French, especially people from Algeria. They usually speak English and French and Arabic and maybe even another European language. It's pretty amazing. I guess, I don't speak any Hebrew either. Somebody says it's similar to Hebrew. Yeah, I'm a typical American. I think I speak a little bit of conversational German, a little bit of conversational Spanish, um, and then very other than English. We're insulated from other countries, so we're not kind of forced into it, right? So, Alabamian is saying, "May I please come up for a few minutes?" Yeah, I usually talk for just a little bit if you don't mind holding on for a sec, and then we usually bring up guests. And by the way, tonight, if we want to do more guests tonight rather than me having a lengthy monologue, we can do that. I started the live because of just all of the disappointment I've been experiencing trying to go on to other people's lives. If you haven't seen the recent appearances that I've made, by the way, to the credit of Nora, she did let me at least come up and speak a little bit, although I think she took over for most of the conversation, which was unfortunate. But for the most part, when I get onto a panel, whether I'm in the comments or if they let me up, all they do is attack me personally. It's really indicative of someone not having a valid argument because it's a lot easier just to call somebody names. And the last live I went to, this person named Daniela Marr. I don't know if you know Daniela. She's a character, put it that way. She was demanding. I mentioned a statistic about how many Palestinians are kept in administrative detention in Israeli jails, which of course is terribly unfair. It's basically hostage, right? It's political prisoners at best. Some people haven't even said anything; they just get swept up. Anyway, she was demanding that I give her a name or names of people that are there. I was like, Daniel, I don't know who the people are. All the different human rights groups that have specified these numbers, they don't provide the names. They just talk about the phenomenon. These are multiple independent groups that have verified this reality. But because I couldn't give her a name, she was saying, "Oh, well, your point is invalidated." I'm like, I can't give you the names of every person that walked on the moon, but I can tell you that people went there or whatever, that kind of thing. So I think they're always trying to take some really random angle to try to rebut your point, which is not germane to the overall point of the conversation. So, yeah, I'm going to let you up. I promise. I promise. Just you don't need to keep asking. I'm very much aware of your request. It's just sometimes I need to spend a few minutes going over some things first, kind of set the tone, and then we bring up guests. Thank you for your patience. So yeah, I would say that I'm extremely disappointed. I was on a few lives today. I wasn't on them, but I was listening in, and as I like to do. And the predominant thing we're hearing from the pro-Israeli side, and by the way, I don't disparage it. Listen, I could say a lot of things about Daniela because I don't have a whole lot of fondness for her, but I don't want to attack her. What I would like to do is talk about the things that she makes arguments on and then try to work on the argument. And I wish that was the way things were done with everything. And that goes for the pro-Palestinian side too. Let's face it, there's some of that, but there's so much more. In fact, this is the characteristic that really drives me crazy. Everyone's being respectful and alive. There's a host that's saying, hey, let's do it nicely. And all the Zionists tend to do is interrupt. They just can't help themselves. They cannot let anyone else make a point. As soon as something comes into their head, which is twisted, obviously, they have to spit it out, and they have no respect for other people. And guess what? That is just part and parcel to how they tend to approach everything, which is what we see play out writ large, right? These people just don't seem to respect anybody. They want to do it their way. They don't care who it impacts. They just kind of run roughshod around the world. They have the U.S. backing them up. They're like the schoolyard bully who has the big guy protecting them. It's not even that big of a bully. It's a smaller person, but they get away with it. So anyway, you can go to any place in the world. People who talk about breaking the silence, or authors, people like good people like Gabor Mate, who's a good man. He's a good man. His family, I think, hails from Hungary. He escaped the Holocaust by the skin of his teeth as a young person. Now he lives in Canada, and his two sons, and he got on a sort of a YouTube video or just whatever it was, and had a nice conversation about their journey and how they feel about their ethnicity, their religion, as well as their analysis of this conflict, which I thought was interesting. Somebody says, "Are we going to war?" It sure does feel that way, Rebecca. I don't know about you, but it's almost like you get, somehow you get the sense it's good if you're in a place where there's snow or rain, you kind of get the feeling that air temperature changes and you kind of feel this, and then boom, it starts to come in. That's what this feels like. The storm clouds are brewing. You have the Israelis, and by the way, I watched a couple of YouTube videos about this today. It's a clear provocation what the Israelis did in Syria to the Israeli embassy. I'm sorry, to the Iranian embassy. Boy, I tell you, that's a slip. Sorry about that, Iranians. That's pretty hard. That's a pretty it's a pretty dishonorable thing to say. Yeah, and this is the Israelis trying to provoke a response by Iran that will then escalate the conflict. Same thing in Lebanon. The same shit Israel's been doing. They're trying to provoke a broader war to then bring the U.S. in as a once and for all way to eliminate their adversaries. It's clear as day. So hopefully the other leaders do not take the bait and they force the Western powers or Israel to initiate some sort of offensive attack. Because I'll guarantee you this, if they do something like they've done recently, they're going to blame the response for starting the conflict. It's what they always do. It's the same thing they do with Gaza. They'll go in with a drone and unalive 6 people, and then rockets will fire. And then they go, look at these crazy people. They're firing rockets at us. We have to go in. And it's always the same storyline. So I don't know. Yeah, I think Netanyahu has to go. Obviously, that's a bare minimum. I think a lot of people in Israel can't stand the guy. Even the people that are, rude and impolite on these lives, I don't think they're big fans. Some are, but he's trying to save his political life. Hold on, dog. Just got twisted around a pole here. Hold on a second, dog. Hold on. Okay. Hey, stop going around the poles, please. Come on, Ruby. Come on, Ruby. Come on. I'm not asking nicely. Come on. Okay. Somebody's asking, is Trump better or is Biden better? Uh, if you do the analysis of their positions on Israel, there's no option, no good options. You have the Biden administration, whether it's Biden or one of these other lackeys that are Democrats, they're all going to support Israel. They'll talk a good game about all that, but in the end, they just supply the arms and the money. What difference is it? It doesn't matter what you say. And then you have Trump, and love him or hate him. He put the damn embassy, the U.S. embassy in Jerusalem, and called it their capital, so to speak. So again, the whole thing is just it's just disgusting. It's heads they win, tails we lose on so many other issues, but especially the Israel-Palestine issue. And the U.S. taxpayers are left footing the bill for these misadventures that very few, if any, people support, and it makes us all less safe. Somebody says, "Hey, Chip, I feel you're giving us too much information at once. Can you please be consistent, bro?" I'm not sure what you mean by be consistent and the pace. If the pace of it is more than you can handle, I can certainly slow down. But when you say consistent, I'm not sure what you mean by that because I think my positions are pretty consistent. Maybe you're looking for a different word. Maybe you meant could I stay on one topic longer than the other? That's possible. Just got a lot of things pinging around in the old gray matter, you know. Uh, yeah, Alabamian, I'm going to let you up, but if you ask again, I'm not going to let you up. Okay, I know you want to come up. I'm aware you want to come up. The way that my shows work, in case you haven't been here before, and by the way, welcome. I usually talk for 15, 20, 25 minutes, kind of set the tone, and then I bring up guests once we've sort of started talking about some things. Okay, if that's something that's not to your pleasure, I understand. If you have a time issue, you're welcome to come back. I'm happy to bring you up, but please allow me as the host to do the live the way that I choose to. And I'm always respectful and polite, so when you do come up, you'll have an adequate chance to share your point of view uninterrupted. But if you ask me again, I've already seen you ask 4 times now. I am very much aware that you want to come up, and that goes for anybody else. Okay? And by the way, people in the chat, if you can be so kind as to use regular typing and not all caps. I appreciate that. So I always want to hear people's point of view, even especially if it differs. I think that's kind of fun. Hey, Mass. But yeah, I just need a couple seconds to kind of get my head clear. In fact, tonight I'd rather have more guests if you're willing to, because at some point I got to make and eat some dinner. But anyway, Troll for Eretz Israel. That's a great name. Oh, you know who this is? He's Troll of, I think it's Troll of Israel and Troll Force. So Troll, you know that I'm fair-minded. You may hate my point of view, but you've been vile. When you came up last time, you said some terrible things, and I'm all for having reasonable debate. If you want to have a debate, or you want to tell me you think I'm wrong, or you disagree, I'm okay with that. And I mean, but disrespecting somebody to the point where you say horrible things, that's not okay. And I'm not going to platform that on either side. So I really don't want you to stay in this live. So why don't you take off, or I'll have to ban you. So I don't want to do that to you. But folks that behave the way you behave, I think, are disgusting. And if you want to go on another live and behave that way, more than welcome. But that stuff doesn't fly here. That goes for anybody, by the way. If you're going to cuss out or disparage individuals rather than talk about the issues, the welcome mat is not here for you. Because that's the way things go down here. We try to be polite, try to be civil and respectful. And listen, it's easy to get emotional. I understand that. People get angry because they want somebody else to understand their point of view, whether you're pro-Israel or pro-Palestine. Fair enough. And people, especially people who are directly affected. Now, if your family, either on the Israeli side, were affected by 10/7, or if you're somebody from the Palestinian side who has had people either prior to this conflict or during this conflict injured or harmed, yeah, you're going to be very angry and want to say some things in a way that's, maybe less civil. I get that, and I'm an American, so I guess I have the privilege of not being directly involved on either side and not being overly emotional. But there are plenty of places you can go and bash people. I've certainly tried my best, but this Troll of Israel guy, I don't usually like to talk badly about people, but I got to tell you, he's a very, very, very bitter, mean, unpleasant human being, at least in the way he's presented himself here on TikTok. So I am not interested in having someone like him up on the panel or even in the comments. I'm going to use this word nicely. I think he's kind of a dick, and that's the nicest thing to say about him. Okay? But I don't hate him. I don't hate anybody. But he's not a very pleasant fellow. Anyway, enough about that guy. Somebody says, okay, Albanian, I asked you nicely, so I'm not going to bring you up now. This is like the 6th time you've asked me to come up. So I'm glad that you like the lives. I appreciate you as a regular attendee, if that's what you do. But I have a certain format. I follow it, and I shared it with you. And I think what we need to do with people's lives is if somebody has a certain format, just respect it. Don't demand that they do something for you just because you feel you want to do it your way. In fact, I would invite you, if you'd like to do it differently, start your live, and then you can bring up the guests as you see fit. Fair enough? Okay. So I just want to say a little bit about the attacks that took place against the United Food workers, for lack of a better deal. These are the foreign nationals. If you don't know the story, I don't know how you wouldn't, but just in case people don't know, Israel, with drone strikes, attacked 3 separate international humanitarian aid vehicles, and 7 international aid workers were unalived. And this is why it's so outrageous and why people are so upset. First of all, it's sad that it takes international, British and foreigners like Swedish people for the international community to get outraged, because there's been 30,000+ people killed, for Christ's sakes. But for some reason, now that this has happened, there's a lot more outrage, which tells you a lot. However, this one is especially outrageous, and here's why. these workers are part of a big organization that knows how to work within war zones. They've done it many times before. And so they know you have to communicate clearly so that you don't become targeted by accident. So what they did was, in this case, they had a little more aid than usual. It was 3 vehicles, all of which were white vehicles and clearly marked both on the front of the hood and on top of the roof so that pilots flying by could see very clearly they were not combatants. They had nothing to do with militants. And they contacted the Israeli military ahead of time and said, hey, we're at these coordinates. We're going to be doing this at this time. We need safe passage. Can we work that out? And they said, oh, yeah, sure, no problem. We got you. We'll tell our military. And they guaranteed them safe passage. And then what happens? They go up the Mediterranean coast in Gaza, heading to the distribution place they were headed with the aid. And the Israeli drones, they strike them. They strike one of the 3 vehicles first. And then one of the passengers in the first vehicle survived and sort of scrambled up towards the second vehicle in this like spaced out convoy, got into that vehicle. And as he was approaching the vehicle, they struck that vehicle and unalived everybody, including the injured person who was trying to get in there. And then they proceeded to move up to the third vehicle in the front of the convoy. And this is all over the course of about 1.5 miles. So these weren't like, it wasn't like one bomb went off and all these people just kind of accidentally died. This was specific, directed, targeted assassination and murder, a direct war crime. There's no way to say this was accidental because they were notified in advance with very, very, very clear instructions and coordinates. So for the Israelis or their supporters to go online and say this is somehow accidental is complete bullshit. And I think by now we all know that you can do something once, maybe it's an accident. 2, it's a trend. 3 times, you're doing it on purpose. And this has happened over and over and over. We all know the story. So this is why people are so outraged. And therefore, a lot of aid groups have pulled out now, thinking it's just too dangerous to operate because the Israelis are just ignoring civilian safety and they're destroying aid. And this has been part of the bigger plan, in my opinion. You see, sorry, Albany, but I got to mute you, and you keep bugging me. I don't do this, okay? I'm glad you support the same cause that I do, but I can't have you peppering me after I've asked you very politely not to, multiple times, okay? And that goes for anybody. I'm happy to bring you up, but you don't need to ask me 17 times. I do read English. So I think it's again, this may be the final nail in what was becoming the figurative coffin for the Israeli effort in Gaza. It's been outrageous. It's been unacceptable. It's been over the top, beyond anybody's wildest nightmares. And then they do something like this as the cherry on top of their war crimes. And this is the mother of all war crimes. It's just killing aid workers. They're there only to provide food to people who are in need of food. They're not people that are involved in combatants. They're not hiding weapons for the aid. They're not hiding militants. It's not some undercover entity like the accusations have been made in prior circumstances. These are just kind, altruistic human beings who are trying to help those who are suffering, and you murder them. The Israelis are murdering volunteers who are risking their lives to help people who are suffering, and you murder them. Now, what kind of depraved psychopath would do that? And I will tell you, a Zionist. And I used to be somebody in the position where I kind of thought, what happened in 1948 was horrible. I'm not Palestinian, so it's not my place to tell people what they should aspire or not aspire to do. But I would think, okay, to be fair to people who are Israeli civilians, it's probably not going to change, so it probably shouldn't, even though it would be the right thing to do. But somehow there has to be a solution. I don't feel that way anymore. I don't feel that way anymore because of what Israel's behavior has been. And this has been so egregious and so unnecessarily cruel and barbaric that I think the country, as it's currently structured, has lost its authority and its right to exist in its current form. Now, don't confuse this with some sort of hateful idea to hurt the population, because it has nothing to do with that. Just like the United States, we have a political structure and a power structure. In Israel, the current power structure and political system needs to change. The mindset that pervades these sick, twisted, disgusting human beings has to be removed from the belief system and the ideology of those who run that particular entity. That's got to go. And I know they've always been bad and all of the things that we know about Israel, but this has taken it to a whole other level that's just beyond acceptable. And the crazy part is most Israelis make this excuse saying, well, we have the firepower, so if we wanted to remove all the people from Gaza, we could just do it. No, you can't. There's something called political constraints and backlash. And this is what we're seeing right now. We're seeing the very political constraints that Israel has pushed the boundaries of for whatever reason they've made this decision, out of just sheer anger or revenge or whatever. And here we are. And now people around the world are seeing it for what it is, and people are very angry, as they should be. How can any decent human being support the level of unaliving that we've seen in the callous disregard for human life? And to say somehow it's unfair to compare this way of behaving to others who have done it in the past, that's absurd, because it doesn't necessarily mean exactly, it's not the exact, but it rhymes. It rhymes with the mindset and sort of the disregard for the lives of others who aren't you. And I think that's worthy of condemnation no matter who does it. So I think the world has woken up. I think there's been a very big miscalculation by the Israelis as to far how they can get away with this stuff. I think they can act with impunity and perpetuity, and there'll never be consequences. And I think now we're seeing a change of tone. So anyway, the words escape me to describe somebody who would be this awful to do these things to aid workers. What the hell is wrong with you? Anybody who supports the state of Israel and somehow tries to make accommodations for that behavior and says it was an accident. I heard that maybe 15 times a day. Oh, it's a very tragic accident. It's not an accident. You don't accidentally shoot 3 separate vehicles that you've been pre-warned about that are moving food aid. That's not an accident. You don't unalive 178 or 187 journalists and their families in their homes by accident. That's not accidental. That's purposeful. You don't unalive 30,000 people and destroy the entire landscape by being precision guided. It's not by accident. It is purposeful, indiscriminate bombing of civilians. It's not by accident. So that whole story is done. It's over with. End of game. No one's believing a word that Israel says ever again. Any credibility they may have had is completely destroyed. They may as well have dropped one of their 2,000-pound bombs on their reputation, because it is gone. It is over and done. And now it's just a question of time and how. That's it. That's it. Just a second. I've got to remove some very unpleasant wood from the comments. So yeah, it's pretty disgusting. And if it doesn't make you angry, if you're somebody who can watch this and not be angry, I don't understand how you, I don't worry, where's your humanity? I don't understand how any human being can do this. I just don't get it. Okay. Oh man, there's so much more I want to say, but I want to be careful with what I say, because I don't want to get this live reported for, hate speech or bullying or something like that, which I definitely would like to do, but I just don't want to go there. Fuck, man, I'll tell you. I can't even imagine being someone who's Palestinian and watching this whole horror show unfold. And it's like, okay, the first 3 weeks, okay, you had to do something to respond. I get it. But what this has unfolded into is nothing short of a complete disaster. And where it might go from here is unthinkable. So hopefully cooler heads will prevail. And hopefully the pressure, this is the only good thing that might come out of this latest, absurd mass murdering and war crime, is that the outrage that's come back on this will stop in their tracks what would have come next. And that maybe it'll prompt a ceasefire because of the absolute insanity that we're seeing. That's the only thing I can think of that's good, but none of it's good. And even if things were to stop right now and all hostilities stopped and life tried to get back to normal, it's going to be an absolute disaster for the people that have to try to pick up the pieces of this mess. I mean, just think of it. Think if you were faced right now with trying to orchestrate like the next chapter of this, how horrible it's going to be. And people are still going to have difficulties. The Al-Shifa hospital, the biggest hospital in all of Gaza, was completely destroyed by the Israelis. What in the world are wrong? These people, I'm telling you, man, and this is not all Israelis, don't get this wrong, but the Zionists and the people that support the things that these people are doing are disgusting human beings. I believe somebody tried to get mad at me, this guy who reported me to the FBI. He said, if you don't condemn all the acts of 10/7 as pure evil, then you're evil. And I said, dude, they engaged soldiers initially. That's not evil. That's called fighting out of your predicament with an occupying and blockading force. That's not evil. And granted, if some of the more egregious atrocities occurred, yeah, you can maybe call that. It's very subjective, though. But I really believe that the people who espouse the mindset of thinking it's okay to just mass murder people without not even a second thought, to take their homes, bulldoze their homes, kill their children. What kind of a fucking psychopath does that? I can't understand how a human being can make decisions that have those impacts. And I can't understand as a soldier how you can carry out illegal orders. In the military that I served, if one of your commanders gives you an order to fire at a civilian, you have to say no or you're complicit for the war crime. You have to turn down illegal orders. And yet we've seen the Zionist forces time and time again, ground troops, large armored vehicles, tanks, aircraft, repeatedly deliver unthinkably cruel, unnecessary, and barbaric war crimes. And so every single person in that chain of command, soldiers on the ground, the leadership of the military, the civilian leadership who told them to go out and wreak havoc, if it was a general order or specifics, doesn't matter, and the American government and military contractors who have provided these weapons, and the politicians who have supported the appropriation of money, they are all equally complicit. They are all guilty of war crimes, every last one of them. And they should all be taken up in front of a court, charged and convicted. The ones who are most egregious, who are directly involved, should be executed. And those that are just simply an impossible person to keep in civilization should be put behind bars for life. That's it. End of story. Next. Somebody said here, how many orders did I disobey as a tanker in World War? I didn't disobey any orders at all because we didn't have to do much. The artillery that our units fired towards the Iraqi positions, at least in my sector, everyone has their sector of fire in a combat operation, was what disabled most of their vehicles and harmed the people. Most of the soldiers on the opposing side surrendered. They were malnourished. They were scared. They were just younger, uneducated, conscripted people that didn't want to be there, and we had no reason to want to harm them. An illegal order would have been, hey, when you see the enemy, even if they're surrendering, just shoot them. That would have been an illegal order, and I would not have followed that order, nor should anyone, nor did we. There was nobody giving those orders, and that's how I know about the how you police up POWs, because that's what we did. Our units went through and picked up these particular soldiers who surrendered, and then we would collect them into an area where they'd be searched and then processed and handled according to the Geneva Conventions and treated with dignity and respect as we would want our soldiers to be treated. Unlike these disgusting sociopathic IDF soldiers who take civilian-age men because they want to make an excuse and say they might be on the T-word side, and they strip them down in cold weather and tie their hands behind their back, blindfold them, and parade them around and make them sit outside in the cold for a day or two. Don't feed them, kick them, beat them, all of the above. That's an immoral army that's breaking the Geneva Conventions. You're not allowed to do that shit. Okay, so there are standards that all nations are held to. This is not picking on Israel. Somebody in one of the lines said, well, this is speaking on behalf of Israel. He said, we just do it differently. No, you don't. Once you clear somebody of weapons, you don't strip them down. You might search them initially because you want to make sure they don't have weapons or any kind of thing strapped to themselves. Fair enough. But once you strip somebody down and make sure you don't leave them stripped down and force them to endure the elements and torture and not knowing if they're going to be, mock execution, etc. That's disgusting, barbaric behavior. Here's the question. Would you want your IDF soldiers to be subjected to the same type of treatment? If the answer is no, then you shouldn't do it yourself. If the answer is okay, then let's just have everybody doing the same stupid shit. I tell you, man, it's just the more you learn about what this particular group of people are willing to do, and then they paint themselves as being moral, and they go out of their way to stop. It's all a bullshit story. And these people I think they're pure evil. I'm coming to believe this. And a lot of these crackpot stories that I used to hear about this, that, and the other that I kind of just pushed aside, I got to tell you, it's hard not to give it a little bit of credibility when you start to see this radical, desensitized, barbaric behavior. And you're like, does it ever end? Do these people just have some sort of sociopathic view towards the world that they're chosen and that no matter what, it doesn't matter who gets hurt or what happens, they deserve whatever they want to get and everyone else can go fuck themselves? That's what I kind of get the sense of now. And it's as indicated, not by ethnicity, not by religion, by behavior, by their behavior. That's the thing. It's about behavior. And if we can't criticize bad behavior, then we can't criticize anything. Somebody's asking, Adon is asking, how do you go about voting in November based on this conflict? I'm assuming you mean at the federal level in the United States. So we have a federal election coming up in the U.S. in November of 2024, and we're going to be voting for the presidency, obviously. There'll be 1/3 of the U.S. Senate that's up for re-election, and I think 1/5 of the House of Representatives. So it's like 100 members, I'm sorry, about 80 members per cycle. So there's going to be a lot of changeover happening potentially. But at the federal level, my take is that there's no good candidates, very few. The independents don't get a chance because they're just choked out by the money. They're kept off the debate stage, and they're marginalized to a point where they get very little, if any, traction. So then you're left with a Democrat or a Republican, both of whom have been greatly influenced at best by outside interests like APAC and the financial system, the banks, the big pharma, all the interest groups that pay their way, and all the dark money that goes in these super PACs. There is no way, unfortunately, to vote our way out of this. There's not going to be some savior or group of good people that can come in and change a bad system. In terms of this issue, you have Trump and you have Biden and you have Bobby Kennedy, all of whom are avowed Zionists trying to step on each other's heads to say who's more supportive of Israel. I find that a no-win situation. It's heads they win, tails we lose. If it lands on its side, we're screwed. And there are candidates like Cornel West and Jill Stein and others who I admire as human beings, and I think they would be great to have in positions of power because they would reflect some of the will of people. But there's no way that anybody who thinks that way would ever be allowed anywhere near the halls of power. Never going to happen. Never going to happen. So it does appear that there's a concerted effort to draw in the Americans into a conflict, let's say in Lebanon and in Syria, and maybe potentially Iran, and then Russia and China. The U.S. is already itching to do what it wants to do with Taiwan with respect to microchips, semiconductors. Well, listen, I'm not saying that one shouldn't vote. I'm not making that suggestion. What I am saying is one should taper their expectations on a number of issues because very few can be influenced through voting at the federal level. Not everything. There are issues like women's reproductive rights and how some money gets spent and some local issues that ripple, border protection, sanctuary cities, this kind of stuff. But anything that really interests the big money interest, tax policy, monetary policy, foreign policy, none of that stuff's going to change. All of that is locked up in a nice, neat bow by the moneyed interests. And it sounds very insurmountable, and it may be. Anything's possible in terms of the world, but if you look at it honestly and objectively, listen, I don't want to say these things. I want to say that, hey, let's go out and vote. Let's rally and go make something happen. But you have to be straightforward and look at things for what they are. You can't see them for as you want them to be. Somebody says, vote blue. And by the way, if you all can be kind enough to just not use all caps, thank you. But I understand people are passionate. Somebody just said in the comments, let me see if I can find it. And there's a lot of people that believe in this. So it says, this is Crispium, I think it is. It says, or you can kiss your freedom goodbye, vote blue, save America. So I have some unfortunate news for people who say these things. Whether Trump gets elected or whether Biden or whomever may replace him gets elected, most of these issues won't change dramatically. I know everybody thinks they will, that some people think that Trump is going to, quote, make America great again. Other people think that Trump's a fascist, he's going to take away people's rights. Neither of those are true. Neither of those are going to happen. The same things that are going to happen under either a Democrat regime or a Republican regime. The same core things will continue to happen. You know why that's going to happen? Because that's what's been happening. It happened under Trump, it happened under Biden, it happened under Obama. All the same stuff keeps happening. Why is that? Because they all cater to the same set of interests. The same power structure has been in place behind the scenes, and it doesn't matter who the person on the stage is. It's irrelevant. In fact, it's such that Vladimir Putin was actually asked during an interview, who would you prefer to have? This is back in the 2016 election. Would you rather have Donald Trump or would you rather have Hillary Clinton? And he goes, it doesn't matter. They said, what do you mean it doesn't matter? He says, the policy is going to be exactly the same. It doesn't matter who gets elected. Now, if a foreign leader can admit that, why can't we acknowledge that? He's the one who has to deal with them, right? So if you believe that Donald Trump is the answer, or if you think Democrats are clueless, and if you're somebody who thinks Trump's the devil, you're not focusing on the right enemy. You're being misled into a false left-right divide that's keeping you bickering with your neighbor, who's not your enemy, by the way. Somebody who has a decent working-class job, who's the company's being sold outside the country so that corporations and private equity can make more money and you lose your job and you can't find a good one to replace it, is the same exact person who is also marginalized because of the increased cost of living and they can't make ends meet. Those two people have the same interest at the highest level. but they don't work together. They get on TikTok and they yell at each other and they say, "Oh, I totally dominated that guy." You're a dumbass. You dominated somebody you should be linking arms with to fight the real struggle, which is the North-South class struggle. God, I can't stand this shit, man. People just don't see it. And it makes sense because the propaganda and the reinforcement in this country is such that people watch MSNBC or they watch Fox or whatever the hell they are, and all they do is root for their team. They wave the pom poms from their tribe, and they make fun of Trump. Oh my God, he's got all these crimes against him. He's a criminal. He's a loser. He's a total fascist. And they make all their money off advertisers who are catering to this same group of like-minded people. And then you have people on the right that make fun of liberals. They say they're so woke. They've got an open border. And you've seen all this stuff, and you go on TikTok tonight. Just go tonight, scroll through some lives tonight. You'll see at least 4 or 5 that are pro-Trump and 4 or 5 that are pro-Biden. And guess what's being accomplished? Absolutely nothing. None of the key variables that affect all of us regular people are going to change because those idiots are being misdirected at the wrong enemy. And they're not dumb. And when I say idiots, they're being duped. They're being duped. Most of us are being duped. And we believe that there's a chance for us to really change something. They believe we have a democracy. We don't have a democracy. We haven't had a democracy in a long time in America. You know, there isn't one. And it's unfortunate to acknowledge that. But if you're somebody who really believes there's a democracy in the United States, if we had a real democracy, the Democratic National Committee and the Republican National Committee wouldn't go out of their way to keep third-party candidates out of the system. You know, the money alone, the candidates that have the most money win something like 97% of the time. How can you, as a third party candidate who's going to be a thorn in the side of the very moneyed interests you're going in to try to serve, they know that. They don't want you serving your constituents. Forget those people. They don't matter. What matters are the big business interests and the permanent establishment of the national security state, the war machine. That's what matters to them because that's where the money is. And war is good for business. I know it sounds sick, but as long as it's some other country's soldiers that are dying and not Americans, it's like, whatever, dude. Let's just expropriate money and let's make money for our weapons manufacturers. It'll come back to my 401k or my stock portfolio, along with the inside tips I get and the committee chairship so I can take more bribes, campaign donations. That's the system. Well, somebody says here it never was a democracy, it's a constitutional republic. Yeah, but the constitutional republic, right enough, is based on principles that tell their citizens that they live in a democratic system. So you can use the word sandwich or salad to try to change the thing. But if you ask most people, do we have a communist system? Do we have a socialist system? Do we have a democratic system? Which one do you think they're going to pick? They're going to pick democratic, right? Or capitalism / democracy. But I would say it's more of an oligarchy. It's an oligarch-based system that has the illusion of representative democracy. And I think the more that people take time to look into this, if you have a lot of time to dig deep and watch what happens historically, you can't come to any other conclusion and take it seriously. George Carlin saw this very clearly before he died. He talked about it on stage. He's like, you think you have a choice? You have no choice. These people own you. They own you. They got the judges in their back pocket. They've long since bought the Congress, et cetera, et cetera. And this is going to sound very negative, Nanny. And then everybody always says, well, what the hell do we do about it, smart guy? Well, nobody wants to hear the answer. Nobody wants to hear the answer. You know why? Because it takes work and it takes risk and it's not going to be fun. So therefore, I've talked about this on the Handsome Liberal, that guy Tim, who I like. And I mentioned this to him. And he said, you got to come back to earth, man. Sort of criticizing the fact that even mentioning these things is unrealistic or impractical. I'll tell you what's impractical: doing the same thing over and over again and expecting something magic to happen differently. I think that's impractical. Somebody says that's mixing mango and spaghetti. One has nothing to do with the other. Just avoid con man liar. Are you talking to me? Listen, I'm not making any money out of this. I'm not juicing anybody. I'm not selling, prepper supplies like Alex Jones does. Con man is somebody who takes advantage of you for some sort of personal gain. I have nothing to gain out of this. Nothing. And I don't even know why you'd mix spaghetti and mango. That's a little bit strange. Maybe spaghetti squash. Anyway, that was a weird thing to say. But I will say this, though. If you're somebody, I think it was Justin Bros who said this. Justin, let me see how many followers you have. Yeah, you have enough followers, Justin, but you don't have a bio. If you'd like to come up and share a different analysis of what you believe is different than what I'm sharing, you're welcome to come up and speak to it. And you can explain to us what mango and spaghetti and stuff is all about. But Most people who share their views don't want to share them because they it's easier to make a comment and to disparage someone than to share their actual views. But you're welcome to come up, and I will give you ample time. I will not cut you off. I won't say that you're an idiot or whatever people like to say to each other. That's a waste of time. Okay, we have about 21K likes. If everybody could just take a second, I know that I rarely ask this. If you could just tap on the screen, I'll do it too. Just take about 30 seconds. Let's just tap on the screen, and then we'll bring some guests up. Hello, Mr. Addy. Is the problem the U.S. government or the parties who run it? The parties don't run the government. The parties enact the policies that are desired by the people who run the government. Nowhere, man. And it's been that way for quite some time, especially in the last sort of like cherry on the top has been since the Reagan administration. That's where labor unions got gutted and regulations got cut for basically for pro-business. And look at the wealth disparity changes that happened since 1980. This is a crazy stat. You'll like this. The U.S. tax base brings in a certain amount of money if you look at it as a pie chart. So in 1975, 39% of every dollar that came into the U.S. Treasury in the form of taxes came from corporations and high net worth individuals. Guess what it is now? Anybody want to wager a guess? It was 39%. How much is it now? What percentage of the overall pie of taxes come from the high net worth and corporate sectors? Anybody know? And you're welcome to guess if you want. You just put a number in. Mina says 12. Lipri says 1%. Somebody says 50. Somebody says 15. Those are good guesses. The number is 6. The number is 6. So they've drastically reduced what they have to pay because of tax law and loopholes that have been created for the wealthy class. And if you look at, because of cutting regulations, outsourcing of industry, cutting labor costs by destroying unions, and looking at the way tax policy has changed, the disparity of wealth has dramatically increased. The divide between the rich and the poor is at historic highs right now. So if you think about it this way, there's been an orchestrated campaign to slowly but surely shift the wealth from the working class in the form of maintaining relative taxes and increasing them to the wealthy class who gets to bring in more revenue by having stores and stuff centralized, lack of regulations, outsourcing labor, and then not paying taxes. Not a bad deal if you can get it, but most people can't because the government automatically takes the money out of your wages and your taxes are involuntary. And if you try to mess with it, guess who's going to get audited? Not the person with $600 million, the person who makes 50 grand a year. They're going to get audited. They're going to turn your whole life upside down and put you on a payment plan. You're never going to be able to get out from under it. Just ask Wesley Snipes how that goes. So, I don't know how much this issue is made. I think most people probably look at the world far differently. Maybe the person who talked about mangoes and spaghetti look at it differently. But we're conditioned to believe that we're supposed to go to work and get a job and pay our taxes and be a good patriot and support the wars, go to church on Sunday or wherever you worship, and wait for your pension to kick in and then live your golden years. And that's that. That's what we're told to do. And while we all the time pledge allegiance to the flag and stand up at sporting events with our hand over our heart, take our hats off. Right? That's what we're taught to do. That's the American way. And yet we're subjected to a level of propaganda that's one of the most sophisticated in the history of mankind, where most people would deny to the day they die. They would say, no way, I'm not a propaganda. That's in North Korea. That's down in Venezuela. Those people were subject to propaganda, not us. But you would be wrong. You would be wrong. Am I talking about the CIA prediction of Iran targeting Israel? Art for peace? No, I'm not talking about that, although I certainly wouldn't doubt that they have their feelers out for this. But I think Iran is going to make a calculation that them directly striking in a large-scale sense is going to be to their detriment. They'll use one of their proxies, as they've been doing, to do something through them, I believe. It's the way everything's being done right now. Everything's being done by proxy, and eventually it will spill over. And the question is, who's going to be blamed for it spilling over? That's the key variable of what happens next. And the Israelis would just love it if the Iranians took the bait and, let's say, sent missiles into Tel Aviv directly from Tehran. right? Because what would happen then? Now they're blamed for initiating a major conflict, and then the U.S. can pile in, and the response, that's just like we're seeing in Gaza, can be justified to whatever extent they choose because they came after us, right? That's going to be the story. And this is the way the policies work. It's what's happened with the Israelis in Gaza and the West Bank for decades, and this is how it's going to go down. If it happens, nobody knows for sure. Okay, somebody says, please pick up after your pet. Boyd Anderson, that's funny. Thank you for interjecting some humor in today's rather unfortunate conversation. Will we make it until next election? Depends on what people do. It's impossible to make predictions, but you can look at the dominoes that if one sets up and falls, what will probably follow. So a lot of this is going to be if then. But, you know, the Americans have been provoking Russia and China unnecessarily for quite some time. And that will last until it doesn't. That will last until it doesn't. But I can't predict when that's going to happen. In fact, people who predict stuff and say this is, they're just totally throwing a dart. They don't know. But I will say this, it does feel like, just like when it feels like it's about to rain, you know, you get that kind of gets a little chillier, the wind starts to blow, you kind of feel that, and then it starts to rain, right, in the summertime. It feels like that right now with respect to conflict. It feels like we're just kind of getting in that lane right now where something's going to pop off. What do I think Biden will do? Biden's not going to do jack shit to Netanyahu. What do you mean, what will he do? Somebody asks, I'm not trying to be, somebody asks, what do you think Biden will do to Netanyahu? A slap on the wrist. Netanyahu has no power. I'm sorry, Biden has no power and control over Netanyahu. I would argue it's the exact other way around. If the Americans had power over the Israelis in the way that they should, we would have seen this thing stopped a while back because it's not good for the United States to be supplying a genocide. So there's an undue influence on American policy by Zionists in general. It just is what it is. But there's not going to be any punishment for Netanyahu. Now, if the conflict stops, and there may be the removal of Netanyahu from office if they hold elections. They've held a lot of elections in recent years. But I think the public in Israel are pissed, and they would vote for anybody over Netanyahu right now. They want the hostages back. I think rightly so. I mean, imagine if you had, I don't know, 100 families that were affected in your community that had people taken. I'm not taking a side. I'm just saying I can imagine how they'd be angry. And if the leader says, I'm trying to get them back, but doesn't really seem to be doing anything to get them back, well, then you're going to be pissed at that guy. So he's over, he's done, but they have to wait for the military stuff to cease, which is why I don't believe it's going to, because he's trying to preserve his life for as long as he can. That coalition of right powers are just absolute insane maniacs. They believe in a broader Eretz Israel. They believe in using whatever force they can get away with for as long as they can to their benefit. And they use all those silly arguments about human shields and an accident and all this other silly stuff that no one's buying anymore. Everyone knows what's going to happen next. Everyone knows what has to happen next. It's just a matter of time until it happens. Yeah. It's unfair to say that all Israeli citizens are involved. Most aren't. I mean, most people don't support killing children. But there is a small subset of absolutely crazy right wingers who really don't give a shit, as indicated by their behavior. So that's the world we live in, unfortunately. You know, I wonder if us human beings are ever going to survive. I don't think we're going to. And I used to think it was going to be ecological problems associated with industrialized civilization that would eventually cause some issues for our survival. But I think it's going to happen long before that becomes a problem. I mean, it already is a problem, but it's not catastrophic quite yet. Yep, we're our own worst enemy. And it's all because of what comes out of us. We have capacity for so much good. And yet the few that are seeking of power and they have ambition, it elicits all the negative qualities of mankind. Somebody named I Am Palestine. Listen, if somebody wants to come up, the way that I ask people in the lives that I go to is, may I please come up? Or please, would you allow me to come up? That's just how I do it. So I would hope you would take a similar tact. Because, you know, I was told one thing growing up, please and thank you will carry you far in life. Somebody says, hope is in Jesus. I listen. If I have a hard time wrapping my head around such things, and I have no reason to deny the existence of anyone's beliefs or what they may believe in, because I don't know. But it seems to me that relying on a deity to quote save the day is a broader hope than I can acknowledge. I just don't see that. But a lot of people do believe that, or people believe in the Prophet Muhammad and Allah. I know I'm probably supposed to say peace be upon him. I don't want to be disrespectful to anybody's belief system. But it is possible. I know some people disagree with this, but it is possible that the thing that certain people believe in isn't. It may not be possible. It's within the realm of possibility. I think to disregard that is not being fair. But as I say too, I don't have any idea, no clue. Okay. All right, we should come up and talk. What's up, Woke and Chill? Sounds like Wake and Bake.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing? What's on your mind?
Good. We are in this space. I actually connected with you at the very first um account you had, and you got kicked out, and I was like looking for you frantically on Instagram.
Yeah, I know it's crazy.
Uh, but then I got pissed. I mean, in quotation marks, of course, that
Uh,
you're not as angry as I was, but now you're on my side of anger. So I'm like, oh, let me chat with you. Um, Well, I think partially because my background is Polish, so my
uh,
education about the Holodomor was very different than here in America. So we approached it at the beginning, especially very differently. But anyway, today I just want to touch with you uh, um, on the interesting discussion I had uh, earlier today, and you touched upon the one state and two state, and if the Ishmael has a right to exist. And I want to share with you the thoughts because I think it's interesting in regard to what you have, said. And
can
I
I?
want
Well,
to know.
can I just clarify one thing, and that is, I don't believe that the state has a right to exist. I believe, from a politically pragmatic standpoint, I used to believe that the only way to have Palestinian autonomy was to acknowledge and accept that unfortunate reality. And I've since changed my mind about that.
Well, right. I understand, and that was not difference that we had before. It was more about the poor Jewish people. They have it was more the narrative in America, especially. And I mean, I'm not jabbing at you. Don't think so. I'm just saying that from the Jewish and American perspective, the Holodomor was all only about Jews. From Polish perspective, we suffered almost the same. And then when the way I learned the history, Roman people suffered more. Like in, Master Shman book, Jews were not the lowest kind, right? But when you learn it, it's all very self-centered around them. So that was kind of the, I wanted to talk to you about at the beginning, but I'm like, it's not important to me. It's just interesting philosophical discussion. It's not like, I would argue with you or something.
That's all
Um,
good. All
but
views welcome.
But but what I was thinking today, what you were saying is exactly what you're saying and I'm talking it from someone who is removed, right? I understand the suffering, and I understand that we just in comfortable settings we can just have a philosophical, psychological, sociological discussion, and I compare it because that's the best thing I know, the Schmatzi time. And I also spent and lived time in Germany, and I had a lot of discussions with people who, lived through the war. That was in the 90s, so there's still a lot of them alive. And it was very difficult for them to be Germans, to live with the legacy of Schmatzi. And
Yeah.
we're talking about country that has a long history. We're talking about that Schmittler, the Schmatzis, there was about 30-something% of all Germans, and that was kind of known fact, right?
Hmm.
And their indoctrination lasted about, let's say, roughly 20, 30 years. How is Israel, and really feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for the Israeli people who were born into this country, knowing nothing, not having dual citizenship, nowhere to run, and born into this propaganda. How you heal them? Like if you had after 30 years, you had the whole process of denazifying the soldiers, the German citizens. They actually they had mandatory lectures. They had to sit through movies that showed them the truth. They had to sit through lectures and really go through the process of learning the truth and
Yep.
deconstructing. So how can they possibly deconstruct someone's whole life, like the whole generation's life? Like how I just
Yeah.
from the point of view, like let's say the war ended, how are we gonna clean up this mess for those people psychologically? That's a challenge humanity I think never faced. Like I don't think, I don't think they will want a state. I don't think that they will want to have a state called Israel because the name Israel will be so, once what we're witnessing will become a common knowledge, right? It will become part of history books. How are they
Yeah.
going to live with that legacy? If they're from the beginning to the end, they just being criminal state, pretty much doing. So had this discussion today, and yeah, as I said, I know the Gaza and people suffer. I'm not taking anything away from them. This is realistic politics. Moving forward, on the other side, like they're gonna suffer long term differently, and it's just mind blowing. But it is mind blowing, and I think for our course, like mine and yours, what they did with the seven unalived workers did more PR for us than the 32,000 Palestinian people. Like in Poland,
Unfortunately, you're
they're
right.
talking about, they're talking about this one Polish person, and all of a sudden, my friends are now interested. Some of the, and I speak about this since October, and they
Hmm.
now say, okay, so tell me what's going on in this Israel. What the heck? What happened? Right? Because one Polish guy who was, who were part of the healthcare service, they were like humanitarian service. So it is very sad. It is very sad that we need this strategy to spread awareness. Like why can people listen at
Stay.
5,000 casualties, 10,000?
Stay.
I don't
Stay.
know, so yeah, that's my thought for today. I'm occupied with that kind of side of the story today. And, because actually someone asked me what is my take on one state or two state solution, and that's my answer. It's like it's not even that I don't think they will want down the road. So yeah, but glad to see you. I popped in since I was laughing with you. I mean, not laughing in quotations about you being kicked out and how to navigate TikTok. So glad you're around.
Thank you. I try to be fair-minded and try to be at least somewhat polite as I can be to everybody. I do my best. There is somebody in the queue to request. I'm disappointed, by the way, and I don't want to talk about any person. I'll just use the person. I'll refer to them as she rather than say their name. This person, I really reached out to. Actually, they were being absolutely, I believe, I came in partway to a live where people were saying some pretty bad things to this person, and they were pro-Israel. And so I came on and I tried to stick up to the extent like, hey, that's something that we shouldn't do. It makes us look bad, and no one deserves to be talked to that way, in my opinion. Now, that's my opinion. But I subsequently went onto this person's live, tried to be kind in comments and said, hey, my goal is to build bridges, et cetera, which it is. And then this person just allowed the thing to go south quickly, where I wasn't given a chance to talk. Everybody talked over me. Everybody said that, called me names, tried to make points, didn't give me a chance to respond. And then everybody said they, quote, crush me. So again, I try to give everybody at least a fair chance to make their point while other people stay muted. That's how I run things. Unfortunately, that's not how it goes in a lot of Play Peace lives. I would normally bring this person up because I like to hear alternative points of view all the time. But I'm just deeply disappointed in them for they chose to do it that way. And for that reason, I'm not going to bring them up. That's all. I don't have any hate in my heart for anybody. But if you're going to, quote, do somebody that way for whatever reason, that just tells me you're not a good faithed person. And I can't no longer continue to try to reach the olive branch. And listen, if somebody reaches an olive branch out and you spit it back at them or smack them over the head with it, I don't know what you should expect. So I'll leave it at that. So anyway, that's unfortunate too, because I would love to be able to have this person come up and talk. But alas, I have to stay true to that because fair is fair. Did you want to share anything else before we go on to our next segment of this?
Um, no, only, well, let me just add that I know Poland is not a big player in EU, but more and more, as more European countries wake up and they become a bigger voice, they will corner, I think, the Germany because of being second largest pew pew provider.
Hmm.
And it's a lot of, bad things happening, right, in Germany, especially Berlin and everywhere. So let's hope the tie ends. Yeah, see you around. Thanks.
You're welcome. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you sharing your point of view and for swinging by. Yeah, most things don't irk me too much because you have to have thick skin in this game. If you're going to go in people's lives, you got to expect the worst and hope for the best. But I got to say, and it's very telling, and you can say what you want, but I always like to say you have to watch what people do, not what they say. And so, I said some things which weren't appropriate, but watch how I behave and how I treat other people and how I act and stuff. So, and again, if somebody, you know, is appreciative of you hopefully stepping up and trying to protect them from being attacked, and then they let you get attacked relentlessly with no intervention. I just don't understand that mindset. If somebody had done something nice for me, I'd want to reciprocate. That's just how I'm wired. That's what really makes me lose my faith in that side of the issue. I really want to be able to see the humanity and the kindness and the possibilities. But that behavior is just indicative of an unwillingness to be decent. And that's also what we're seeing play out with regard to the conflict. When you try to justify atrocities and revisionist history and try to make allowances for your side that you would never tolerate being done to you, that's when I think you're way off base. Your moral compass is completely shattered. So I think we've seen too much of that. That's not to say that it isn't fair to point out the atrocities on 10/7 and focus on that as well as the hostages. That's fair. But what we've seen in response is it can be deemed nothing but disproportionate and unfortunately mass murder. That's just what it is. It's a revenge-based mass murder. And what we saw recently with these aid workers is just yet another example of the same mindset that allows that to occur. Was not an accident. When somebody tells you where they're going to be, when they're coming, what their vehicles are going to be, and you still murder them, that's not an accident. That little girl, Hind, remember the young girl who was in a car? Her family had been engaged by an Israeli tank. They had all died. She was by herself, scared, injured. She contacted the local authorities, said, "Help me, help me, help me." And so the Red Crescent got the call. They dispatched a vehicle with two, emergency responders. They contacted the IDF, as one is supposed to do as an international aid group, or sort of an ambulance, and they let them know we're coming to this location. There's a young 5-year-old girl in the car. Please do not engage. And what did they do when the workers got there? They blew up the car and they blew up the responding ambulance and killed not only the young girl but the two workers who came to try to help her. That to me is absolutely despicable. If that was the only thing that had happened in this conflict, that would be worthy of condemnation. These Israelis are depraved. They are sick, ruthless, cunning, conniving killers. They're murderers. And how anybody can support that kind of behavior. I talk about my country. I have allegiance to my country insofar as I'm an American, I'm a citizen. But when my country does shit like that, I call it out because it is criminal. Why? How can you support the behavior? I don't care who does it. How can you somehow try to make excuses for that shit? You got to get yourself in front of a mirror and do a deep, dark look and say, who am I? What am I all about? How can I believe these silly stories to justify this? Look at the people from Breaking the Silence. They looked in that very same mirror. You know what they saw? They saw a participant in behavior that is unacceptable. They were part of war crimes and terrorizing human beings. And their conscience drove them to say, you know what? I know my whole entire identity and my family is all wound up, my whole community, my standing in life, but I cannot live with myself without speaking up against this behavior that I know is wrong and that I was told was justifiable by the group to whom I was allegiant, and it turned out to be that they're just all supporting the wrong stuff. It's incredibly disappointing. And whenever you're kind to someone and they spit in your face, well, this is indicative of what happened in the 1930s and 1940s. Were the people who lived in historic Palestine horrifically going after and committing huge atrocities against Jewish people who were immigrating? No, they weren't. No, they weren't. There was not mass unaliveness going on at a large scale. There were skirmishes, but nothing at large scale. Nothing like what we're seeing right now. And then what did they do? They spit in the face of the people that welcomed them into their territory, and they convinced a power who had a mandate over the territory to give away more than half the land on which they lived after they were kind enough to welcome people who, by the way, no one else would allow to move to their territory for whatever reason of their anti-Semitism or disregard for this group of people. And I just, again, that same sentiment that was played out in 1948 and before just played out recently here on TikTok. And it just makes you really think. You know, you try to be kind to someone and they just completely don't return the kindness. And I think that's just a really lousy. By the way, I'm probably done going on pro-Israel lives because they just cannot help themselves. There's some people like, this name has to be told because she's an absolutely just poisonous human being, Daniela Amar. Daniela Amar. She's just a bitter, mean-spirited, cruel human. You know what she reminds me of, and this is not because of not because of the particular regime, but I've seen movies like Schindler's List, and I remember seeing the cruelty and indifference that the female guards that were a part of the Sierra group, how they just absolutely were so cruel and indifferent to the suffering of Jewish people that were in the camps. They treated them worse than they would treat the worst of the worst. They just had no regard for them, and they were just bitter, mean, and cruel. That's Daniela. She is a mean, snake, bitter human being. And I wish I could say something nice, but she's been nothing but bitter and mean and vitriolic since I've ever run into her. She's rude. She talks over people. She thinks she's right about everything. Only she can know everything because she lives in Israel, and therefore nobody else has any clue. That's a bad apple in my book. And Daniela could be the poster child for the same behavior patterns that people find objectionable about Zionism. It's not about Jewish people. It's about fucked up behavior. It's about somebody having the gall to think they can take your shit and you should be grateful and behaved. I think that's reprehensible and disgusting. And it makes me sick to my stomach when I interact with anybody who behaves that way. And I'm really disappointed in PG, by the way. I thought she was better than that. I really did. And people were telling me, this person's pretty bad. Don't deal with it. I was trying to be defensive because I thought that nobody should be, treated that way. But I'm not saying she deserves to be treated that way. I don't think anybody does. But I'm just very disappointed in someone like her who I thought had a shred of decency within her. But I was wrong. I was wrong. So PG, I want to extend this to you. I wish you nothing but the best. I hope you have a safe and healthy and prosperous life. And I hope some way you can find yourself a way to learn more about this and break from the things that you've been led to believe that unfortunately aren't true. And that the soft part of your soul and your heart can be opened up to what's really happening. That's what I wish for you. And I'll leave it at that. One thing I'm not going to do is volunteer for a punching bag. The interesting thing is I've had plenty of people who are pro-Zionist on my panels. I think people who have watched me long enough know that I always give them a platform as long as they're not personally attacking somebody or myself. They can say whatever they want. As much as I might hate what they say and disagree with it, I don't interrupt them. I don't stop them, which I've been criticized heavily for, by the way. But listen, I think that we need to hear people out and kind of walk their arguments into the corner to expose the invalidity of them. That's just my tactic. But it doesn't involve disrespect. It doesn't involve personal attacks, which I just am totally against. But, I got to say, for those who are angry and do those things, I can't blame them. I feel a lot of those same anger. I can't imagine if I was Palestinian how I might. It wouldn't be pretty. And to that regard, nobody can tell anybody else how to do things, and I got to learn to kind of keep myself in my own lane in that regard. That's a fair criticism. Being that I'm an American and I don't have a quote, stake in the outcome as far as family and friends and that kind of thing. Anyway, this whole thing is very discouraging sometimes. It'd be nice if we could find some common ground and at least agree that the barbaric nature of some of the most egregious things that happened on 10/7, as well as mostly the entirety of the Israeli response, are just not acceptable. But alas, we can't even get to that point. So unfortunately, I think what's going to have to happen, which I'd rather not be the case, and I think a lot of people take this in the wrong vein, but the mentality and the ideology that drives that mindset of arrogance and indifference and cruelty and barbarism that seems to think it's because of being the chosen people and having some historical tie to a land, which they don't, that they deserve whatever happens in the end once the U.S. cover comes away and they have to fend for themselves against a fair fight. I don't think it will go well. for them. And I hope it can shift in a political manner where people realize the errors of the ways and it can be shifted to something that's more accommodating and less barbaric and cruel. But I doubt that's going to be the case. It's going to be involving some things that aren't that pleasant. And as much as I don't want anybody to get harmed or hurt, I got to tell you, I have a very hard time feeling sorrow for those the most ardent supporters of the behavior we're watching. It'd be very, very hard to shed sorrow over that. And it's not because I don't care about the people, it's because I can't stand the choice of behavior that they're supporting. And I think the same thing in our country. I hate to say that too. If you look at what the American regime and government does, it's not the fault of the people, but to the extent that the people who knowingly support those operations, if they're aware of them, but they still support it because it benefits our country and our oligarchy, if something were to befall them, even myself, I live here. In a way, we kind of deserve it. I'm not wishing it to happen, but if it did, I wouldn't think like, oh my God, that's outrageous. I didn't think that on 9/11. And if you have a family member that was affected by that, I feel horrible for you. But I don't know. When you do dirty deeds constantly and then somebody has the gall to fight you back a little bit, you can't claim outrage. You should expect it. And this whole, holier than thou position that many Israeli people take, saying, oh my God, what happened on 10/7 was the start of this. They started it, we're going to finish it. They didn't start anything. Somebody just asked me a very unfair question about what is the motivating factor for, quote, Jews' identity. I'm not going to answer that. Please don't ask me questions like that. I think everybody's different. I think in any wide group of people, different things motivate different people in any group. So it's unfair to paint a broad brush. That said, and I will say it this way, if there is an undue influence from the size of a certain population that seems to have, put it this way, has succeeded to a point where the influence is beyond unnoticeably large, given the size of the population who's exerting that influence, it shouldn't be prohibited from at least acknowledging that reality. It doesn't necessarily mean it's conspiratorial. It just means it is what it is. And yet that's considered to be some sort of hateful blood libel to even go there. But as I said before, if there were a bunch of people who lived in Mexico who had very successfully come into our culture and had moved up the ladder and who had a lot of influence in certain industries and had positions in government, and then we were shaping policy that was financially and militarily and politically in favor of Mexico, way above and beyond any other nation state, would it be fair to say, hey, I wonder for a second, is the presence of this many people who happen to be from Mexico having an influence over these things? And I think the answer is, of course it's fair to talk about it that way. And it's the same exact analogy, but for some reason, when you swap in a different name of people, all of a sudden you're the biggest bigot that ever walked the earth. So there you go. And I think it's all used as a tactic to deflect, because there's probably something to it. And so the better thing to do is just marginalize somebody and call them, an anti-Sem, than to acknowledge what they're saying. It's easier to put somebody on a panel and beat them up personally or talk over them or mute them than it is to have them debate you on the merits. Same shit. So actually, I want to do an open invite here, by the way. I really want to do this. If anybody here has the ability to go live, has enough followers, or somebody can even go live and they can be the moderator, and I'll literally just be a guest and let someone else moderate. And I want them to be fair. I don't want undue time. I don't want anything that's not the same as the other. But any Zionist or any Zionists who disagree and want to come up on the panel, and I will relinquish control of the live to someone who we can all agree is fair and unbiased. And if they do behave in a way that's not unbiased, someone else will take over. And let's have a conversation. Let's go ahead and talk about stuff that's germane and relevant, not attacking personal people and disparaging people and calling them names like this silly third-grade bullshit. And you won't get muted, nor will I. We'll be given equal time to talk, and we'll see where it goes. That's what's called a fair and honest and open discussion. My goal is not to beat you. My goal is to have a discussion where the audience can listen to the various arguments and they can make a determination and invite all the people who follow you to come in the audience as well. I know a lot of people put the word like W and put the person's name. That's not what I want to see. I want people to actually see that the things that someone like me sees, they're not coming from a place of anything other than a place what I believe is fair or unfair. I believe what happened to Palestinians is unfair. It's unjust. And so you spend your whole life trying to figure out ways to cover up and create narratives that make it sound somehow that it's justifiable when it isn't. And the t-shirt that I want to make is to have, a nice white and blue image with one of those lines across it and says, Israel, trying to defend the indefensible since 1948. I think that'd be a very high selling item. Anyway, I've never done merchandise. Maybe I should start doing that. Maybe I can cover my bills someday by doing that. But I'm not much of a sales pitch guy. Of course, I get blamed that I'm doing this shit for money, right? Everybody says, oh, you're doing it for money. People say you're doing it for coins. I don't think they understand what the TikTok coin values are. You get one of these things on TikTok and it's like 6 cents. You're like, oh boy, hit the jackpot. Anyway, we can talk about that. Maz and I are in contact. We can talk about that. I think merchandise would be fun. We don't want to be mean-spirited, but we want to use descriptors that are, accurate given the dynamics and the propaganda that floats around. So there's a clever way to do that. We can try doing that. So we'll put up some slogans and stuff to the audience and let them decide which ones are funny or clever or inappropriate or not funny. That'd be fun. Yeah, Smitty would be a great mod. I mean, he's a very fair guy. But listen, I think that asking Smitty, who has, between 700 and 900 people in his lives, to take time out to do something like that is probably a little bit of that's a big ask. But yeah, he would be a good, or somebody similar to that. I mean, it'd be good to have somebody that is not necessarily partisan on either side of the issue, where their personal beliefs, perhaps they're indifferent. Maybe we have somebody who, like the guy Parker, that kid Parker who runs his lives. He's always talking about different subjects. He usually has between 2,000 and 2,500 people, which is pretty incredible. He must do something good. I don't find his style particularly engaging, but somebody does. Anyway, that'd be interesting. And they have those things, there have been plenty of debates, like in the Doha debates and stuff, where they do have decorum, and people like Daniela Amar and PG can't control the dialogue such that people don't get to speak. And all they do is let their Zio friends pile on, which I think is pathetic. I don't want to say shame on you, but it's not far off of that. The dog's playing. Happy dogs. There we go. Come on, Ruby. Dogs are amazing, man. If we could act more like dogs than humans, we'd be in a hell of a lot better place. Anyway, if you're somebody who would like to host that or would like to be a moderator, you can either DM me here or you can send an email to me. It's chipbarnesonline@gmail. That'd be fun. So, and for those of you who are Zios, in the meantime, if you want to come up, I'll do my best to facilitate that. I try my damnedest not to be unfair. And like I said, I catch a lot of heat for doing that. But yeah, come on up. I mean, it's always fun. Hey, tell truth. I don't know what you're saying there, but can you please don't say those things? Because I don't want that in my life. I'm going to have to take you down from there. I apologize, but you can't be saying those kind of things. I won't kick you out, but I'm going to mute you. We don't want to make disparaging comments directly towards any people in terms of a whole group. It's not fair and not okay. So I don't know who that person was, but his name is Tell Truth. I'm going to screenshot them and maybe share some of those interesting points with others who can do something about it. Okay. Anyway, so if you would like me to continue the live in about a half an hour, 45 minutes, would you type the number 1 in? And if you have other plans, type in 2. If I see a bunch of 1s, I'll start a new one in a little bit. Yeah, let's be nice to each other. I mean, there's enough horrible things in the world. We don't need to add to it, right? Okay, I see a bunch of 1s. That sounds good. What I can do, if you're okay with it, if we have a couple of guests that come up, I have some things that I have to do where I need to go on mute for a little bit and make some food for the dogs and cats and myself. But if we have some guests that want to talk, you can come on up and have a little conversation as long as you take turns and stuff, even if you're, it doesn't matter who it is. And if nobody wants to do that, I can pause the live and we can just pick it back up when I'm finished with that stuff. That may be a better way to do it. Somebody says here, this is Breezy Sunny Cool, says many Jewish people are marching in pro-Pele protests and even getting arrested to stand up for humanity. Yeah, there's a whole group called Jewish Voices for Peace, which has been advocating for, ending the occupation and trying to find a peaceful resolution with Palestinians for a long, long time. It's the only way. And yet the hardcore Zios believe that because they're right about everything, that they don't have to give an inch because it's always someone else's fault. They have no responsibility for anything. Hello. Come on, baby. Come on. I think that woman was shocked that I was talking that way. She looked at me like I had three heads because she must have been a Zionist. There was a neighbor walking on the concrete. She was horrified that I was saying Zionists think they're always right. But I've never met one that's been much open minded. I don't know about you all. Very, very rude, very, very rigid, very, very indoctrinated. Now, the cool thing is when people finally break from that, it's an exceptional person to listen to because they've been through the propaganda maze. They've come out the other end, bruises and all, and they can speak to it in ways that it's very enlightening. And I always respect people who do that. It takes a lot of courage to speak out against an issue that has a lot of social repercussions, right? What do I think about labor strikes for Palestine? I like labor strikes in general, not just for Palestine. I've often said that the policy, the pro-Israel policy, is indicative of a much larger political problem. It's a symptom of a bigger political problem. The power structure, which of course has been infiltrated with many who are pro-Israel, is a big part of the problem, but it's not the entirety of it. You have industry, high net worth individuals, corporatism, national security state. These are all elements of that entire power structure. That's what has to change. Until those elements are taken down or brought to, to a lower level of influence, we're not going to see a change of any of the symptoms of that problem. Somebody says here, why are you hiding and running away? You got kicked out of the Army 3/4. This is supposed to be, Noah, I took what's called an early out for those of you who don't know the Army. So Samira, you're actually incorrect. But nice try. And Samira, just to let you know, when somebody leaves alive where 8-1 is just ganging up on them and you can't get a word in edgewise, what's the point of staying? That's not running. That's getting out of the way of a bunch of evil, vile Zionists who can't behave themselves and act like normal human beings. So, anything to disparage someone personally. Have you noticed that not a single Zionist during this time has been willing to come on and just have a fair one-on-one chat? And it's going to be respectful. You know why they can't do that? Because there's no way to argue for indefensible positions. It cannot be. It cannot be. So when you're somebody who has an effective message, you can articulate a point of view that makes sense to an audience. You are deemed to be a threat, and therefore you're worthy of being attacked personally, rather than somebody coming up with arguments that make more sense to an audience. That's really it, unfortunately. So Samira, go Samir somebody else, okay? Please. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Israel's gone too far. I don't mind if Samira wants to come up and share, is it a he or she, their point of view, because having different points of view is what makes dialogue exciting and interesting. But hiding back in the comments and then blaming me for quote hiding and whatever other accusations you're going to make is a little silly, right? But if you want to make a comment about the issues and say that you think that, for example, the 7 aid workers who were unfortunately unalived, but I believe on purpose, if you think it's by accident, then you can say something like that and we can talk about it. But therein lies the problem. Unfortunately, I think Zionists don't have the higher ground when it comes to this situation. They just don't. And so I'm not going to attack anybody individually, but come on up and, you're claiming about running and hiding. Come on up and talk. Because the audience is going to, by the way, but just so you know, Samira, I always ask the audience, no matter how much they disagree with the person who comes up on the panel, to be polite and respectful and to listen. And who knows, maybe we'll learn something about your point of view that will give us the ability to shift ours. That's the goal of all this, right, is to listen to each other. But, I make comments in people's lives. Here's what I try to do. I don't try to, get people all disturbed or upset them by saying really, horrific things. I say, hey, I disagree with Israel's this, that, and the other. I think Israel is doing this in a way that's not fair. I think Israel, commits genocide. It's not just accidental, stuff like that. I'm not saying stuff like, I don't say things in the comment that, I don't shit on somebody else or try to accuse them of being this, that, and the other. But I did earlier talk about Daniela and I talked about PG. There are two people who I can't warm up to. I just can't. They're just not nice. And I got to tell, I mean, in fairness, I don't think PG's as bad as Danielle. She's just, makes me want to, not someone who I prefer to interact with, unfortunately. Yeah, but seriously, if you have a statement you want to make about Israel, or sort of something about what I've been sharing, you want to tell me why it's wrong or what you believe to be correct, come on up. I'm more than happy to listen to you. In fact, I'd enjoy hearing you share your point of view because I only have one set of eyes and ears, as do most of us, and we can only kind of, go on our impressions and, but I always like to say, sure, that the same thing can happen in real life, and then people can look at that thing differently. And that's the big problem with this conflict, I believe, is that the pro-Israeli side looks at what's happened since 1948 and before as totally justifiable. And yet somehow when people have expelled or exiled people who are Jewish from other lands, that's horrific. That's anti-Semitic. But when your group expels others from their land, it's just because you're trying to have a homeland. What's the big deal? I don't think that's reasonable. Okay? I call that a double standard or being hypocritical. And I don't care if 3,000 years ago some old book said it's yours. Because 4,000 years ago, people who were living there, they were living there, not you're the colonizers, or maybe somebody after that colonized you, etc. But we're here in modern history. We're not talking about, 4,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago. Right? Okay, there was somebody in the queue. I think they left. But I'm going to look in the audience to see if somebody wants to come up. I got rid of that really awful person, troll of Israel or troll of whatever the hell he calls himself. Just some really unfriendly, nasty people sometimes. It's really sad to see. But I guess it is what it is. I'm looking for somebody who's pro-Israel in here who wants to come up. I don't see anybody. Let me see if there's somebody in my uninvited. So I'll tell you what, there's a guy that called the FBI on me, Morocco, Israel. I wonder if he's wanting to come on and try to justify that shit. Probably not. Anyway, enough of that crap. So anyway, it's hard to talk about other issues other than this with just the sheer depravity of that. Somebody here said AIPAC controls America. I think AIPAC has a lot of influence over U.S. policy. I don't think they're the entirety of it, but I think in terms of issues related to Israel, it makes it impossible for politicians to do anything that pushes back against their interests. And I think that's a big problem. I think that the U.S. should be able to have independent, pro-American positions that consider the needs and wants of the entire society and not just do the bidding of a foreign country and those who support it. I don't think that's unreasonable. Somebody says, what do we do about the election? Breezy, sunny, cool. Are you talking about the upcoming? Somebody says here, Iran is bombing Tel Aviv at the moment. Is that something you got off of TikTok or is that happening in the real news? Because there's a guy on TikTok that keeps claiming all these different military actions, but they're not actually happening. But I'll go to my desktop and see if I can check the news. I mean, I would say this. I don't say this lightly, because I don't want to see anybody get hurt. But you got to think, after all the damage and all the destruction Israel's been doing, for them to get I said this on the 7th. And it's not because and Danielle was really enraged about this because she knows people who are at the rave. I'm sorry to upset people. But I said it in a way that was, I could have worded it much better. Some of my Twitter stuff has been obviously word disasters. But what I meant to say was, if you're somebody who unalives people on the regular for 65, 70 years, and you brutalize them and occupy them and mistreat them, and yeah, they fought back sometimes, but most of it has been you brutalizing them. It doesn't feel so good when the attack comes at your people. It's not so good to be on the receiving end. If you're having a fist fight with somebody and you're jabbing them real good and they finally get one in on you, it doesn't feel so good. And that's the point I was trying to make, is it's not so much fun being on the receiving end of violence when you're the purveyor of it for so long. And by the way, the people who are targeted by said violence by the Israelis, in most cases, are just innocent civilians. Did nothing wrong. They either get put in jail, little kids get shot in the groin or get shot in the shoulder or shot in the face, the head. It's disgusting what Israel does and then tries to base it on some sort of security explanation. So like I said, if you brutalize somebody indefinitely and they dare to fight back and some of your people get harmed because they're used to living very comfortably and free from harm for the most part, it's really hard to shed tears. But it is sad when any innocent civilian gets hurt in all circumstances. I have to say that. But the anger that builds up in people, and I'm not even Palestinian, can you imagine what it must feel like to have, let's say you're an American, or let's say you're British, and somebody in your neighborhood, your family, your friends, just get picked off periodically. Or the broadcaster you've been watching for 10 years on the local TV channel gets killed. Some military just shoots them. And then the next day, the police force goes to her funeral and beats the shit out of everybody with billy clubs. I mean, that's unimaginable, right? But that's what Israel does. This is the kind of sick, depraved shit they do, which is what builds the anger and frustration in people to say, like, enough, no more. It's all the things that are way over and above and beyond the basic needs of security that I take the most issues with, not somebody who's been subject to the Nakba and the historical injustice, just as a bystander. It just pisses me off. And it actually, in the end, it's making Israel less safe, which should be the opposite goal. Somebody today on the line said, I feel so safe, I've never felt so safe. Yeah, we'll see what happens next. It's not the safest place to be in the world. It's probably the least safe place for people to be, who are just, a lot of people left when this whole thing started because they were pretty smart. And like, I don't want to stay around for this. What could happen? A lot of people left Ukraine, which was smart because they would have gotten demolished. I'm never for conflict, having been in one. But it does make me think, like, if this was another country doing this, if it was the Germans doing it, I would think the Germans kind of had it coming because they were doing horrible shit. And I got to say that if somebody's sending out violence to others constantly and then trying to blame it on them or play the victim, and then somebody comes at them, how are you supposed to feel about that? I don't think it's an unusual human emotion to say that, the school bully who's been just terrorizing everybody for 10 years, all of a sudden, maybe one of the teachers who's new says enough of this shit and does something after school one day. You're like, hell yeah, right? That's not an unusual set of feelings. You watch a movie, you see the bully, blah, blah, blah. In that interview that I gave to Turkish TV a while back, that was the analogy that I gave. For those of you who haven't heard this, we're talking about the withdrawal of troops from 2005 and all the relationships as to why the H group kept attacking, and with what happened on 10/7 being another version of the attacks. Liken it to this. Imagine figuratively there's a bigger, stronger bully with a big combat boot on your neck. You're lying on the ground, you're smaller than them, your hands are tied behind your back, and you're struggling, and they just keep kicking you in the head, and they keep doing whatever the hell they want because they can. And you spit at them, and then they kick you even harder because that's all you can do. And then, they've taken little pocket knives and they've just shoved them in your side, 5 of them, and are twisting them periodically because why? Because they can. That big old boot's on your neck. You can't do a damn thing about it. It's an asymmetric situation. And then for the example of withdrawing settlements from Gaza in 2005, which is basically returning stolen land, you're uncolonizing land you stole and colonized. You're not giving it back. And then somebody continues to fight you, which is to send the rockets in still, right? Well, they look at that as, well, no matter what we do, this is from the Israeli point of view, no matter what we give them, there'll never be peace because these people. Guess what? That's the equivalent of that same bully removing one of those pocket knives out of your side. You still have 4 in your side that are still being violently twisted periodically, and there's nothing you can do about it. Well, if one of your hands gets freed, you're not going to sit there idly and just thank them and ask for, can I give you a rose? You're going to smack the back of their leg, or if you have some fingernails, you're going to use those. You use what you can when you can, right? And that's what happened on 10/7. And that's what happened with the rocket fire back in 2005 and 6. That created the perimeter that Israel has maintained since, and pretty much controlled the flow of things in and out, air, land, and sea. So again, it's all about a one-sided view. And why would somebody form a resistance group, and why would somebody attack? They have nothing better to do on a Saturday. They just, hey, I know. Do you want to play soccer? No. Do you want to play checkers? No. You want to attack Israel? Yeah, let's go do that. That sounds fun. That's not what it's all about. And it's not like, everybody sits all day, oh, I hate these one people. I just hate them to death. They're just horrible people. I want to get every last one of them. That's not it either, although that's all we hear. Oh, it must be the fact that they hate Jewish people. They just have this hatred. It's a religious caliphate. They just have to unalive Jews. Bullshit. It's the 4 or 5 knives in the side, the big boot on the neck, and the inability to see a chance to get off the ground. And somebody doing more and more to you, adding more knives over time. Then, and only then, if you remove the knives, patch the wounds, take the boot, get the person up, help brush them off, and say, you know what? The better approach is for us to go to our separate parts of the schoolyard and just don't come at each other. What do you say? Then there can be peaceful coexistence. But if you're just constantly pummeling somebody and doing all the other horrible things, how can you expect them to be smiling and nice? It doesn't make any sense. I don't want to beat a dead horse. Anyway, that's a good example for people to use. All right, we have Rashid Magani RM. I'm going to bring up a guest. I'm also going to check the news. Hello, Rashid. How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
Just trying to keep myself in the right place rather than letting myself go to a bad place.
Indeed. Have you ever tried reading the Quran?
I have had people suggest it to me. I've also read some summaries online, but I've never actually read the actual Quran.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, can you come back again? You speak, but I didn't hear you.
Yeah,
Explain
so
it.
the answer was no. I've not read it. I've had people suggest that I do, and I've gone online and looked at sort of try to get some summaries of what it's about from others who have read it, but I've never read it.
So you have to get a copy of the Quran and start reading it because it has a lot of meaning and a lot of understanding for humanity, and you need it. Everybody need it. It's like you are trying to achieve some knowledge from all side of the angle. You don't need to concentrate on other part and leave other part.
So, in terms of saying that people need it, so to speak, what is it about the Quran or Islam that you feel is of benefit for people who have yet to be introduced to it?
Uh, You see, nowadays most of the people have been brainwashed towards Islam, and because of the conflict between Palestine and Israel, now people are reading the Quran, then they know more and they find more the truth about the Quran and the
Hmm.
Muslims. So if you take a look at the world right now, most of the people are entering into the religion in multiples of time, and I think you
Yeah.
need it. That's why I'm inviting you to try and read the Quran. Cause
So someone talked to me about this at length. I actually had like an hour and a half conversation with someone who had suggested the same thing that you had. And what they said was, and forgive me if I'm getting this wrong and please correct me, but that the idea is that people who follow Islam need to submit themselves to the one and only God, Allah. Is that correct?
indeed, that is correct. That's correct.
Okay.
You see, whoever is reading Quran or whoever is praying as a Muslim is submission. You're submitting your will to only Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the problem is that people read the Quran in the Arabic and they don't find this thing, they don't get the understanding. So
Hmm.
as long as you're reading the Quran, you have to get the translation one so that you can get the understanding and to try and look for this thing. Let me say, when I say sheikhs, the knowledgeable people in the religion, you have to seek most of the knowledge from them. Whatever you are finding it difficult to ask the question, you have to visit the masjid and ask your question over there so that you can get the understanding from all the angles. Because we have Quran and we have Sunnah. We have the practice of the Rasulullah, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and then we have the Quran itself.
So here's a question, just in fairness. Do you believe that people that believe in other things like Christianity or Islam, I'm sorry, Judaism or Buddhism or any other belief system, Falun Gong, that they're misled? And the other question I have for you is, if somebody doesn't truly believe, but they claim they do and they profess the faith, which is worse, not doing it at all, or falsely proclaiming that you do while not really feeling it in your mind or your heart?
I can say those people are heretics. They are heretics because they know the truth, but they don't act upon it.
When
in
you
the day
say
of
when you say the word the truth, can you please define what the truth is?
see, because when you know the truth, you have to deal with it. How can you say sugar and you are representing me short salt? When you say sugar, you have to represent, and you are representing it, you have to show me sugar. You don't have to show me salt. Because when I taste it, I will know that this is salt, this is not sugar. So most of the people, they become the, I don't know the kind of word I should use it for, but I think when you take a look at the Quran, when you take a look at the Quran, it begins, it said, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim, the most, the especially merciful and the the entirely merciful and the special merciful. Malik Yawmiddin, the master of the day of judgment. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Guide us to this. You alone we worship and you alone we ask for help. Sirat iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. When you say siratal mustaqim, guide us to the straight path. Siratal ladzina an'amta alayhim ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. That's the opening verse of the Quran. You
If
see?
there was,
So when
have you ever watched any of those call-in shows that are on YouTube where the people who are hosting the call-in show are not believers in either Christianity or Islam or any other religion? And the questions that they ask, people will call in and say things like you just said a second ago, like they use words like the truth or
yeah,
reality, or and so what they always ask the person is they ask them for some evidence to demonstrate the validity or truthfulness of the thing that they're proclaiming. And in the times that I've watched these shows, I've not seen anybody bring to the conversation other than a declaration and saying one needs to hold faith. It sort of bypasses the normal expectations of having some sort of that's evidentiary. What do you say to people? What would you say to people if you called that show and they were demanding evidence? What would you say to them?
you see? This is a question here. You see? You see, there are people like a Christianity. We have some people they don't believe in what the Bible is saying, but they are Christians. I hope you know that. And we have a Muslims, the same as Muslims. We have a Muslim and they don't believe in what the Quran is saying. And I think those people they may lack of knowledge. I hope you are getting what I'm saying. They may lack of knowledge. And when you see someone and he's been people he's been he's let me say he don't practice no, he don't worship well, meaning he's into something to gain something. You see, now we have a lot of people, they know the Quran, they can recite, they can read, they can educate people about it, but they are doing the negative things and they are telling us to do the positive things. So on the day of resurrection, that one to Allah said it in the Quran, and the day of resurrection, those people will be in the hell, and those that we were listening or the followers of his teachings will be in the heaven, because they tell us to do the good, and they will fall in doing what bad.
Real quick, Rashid. Let me put you on hold for one sec. Thank you for sharing your views. I think someone in the comments said there might be a language barrier, or maybe the question that I asked might not have been understood. I'll just put this out to the audience, and maybe we'll let Angel or Snowy Owl come in. So the question that I was trying to communicate, and when I've watched these shows on YouTube, there's usually one or two hosts that are very resolute that they believe that there is no deity per se, whether it be a Christian deity, an Islamic deity, of Judaism, whatever it may be. They tend to have a position of being skeptical. And then what they will ask the person who's calling in who feels strongly that there is a deity, they would ask them to provide some evidence that would quote unquote prove that what they're saying is quote the truth, or is an actual argument. And when I've watched these shows, I've watched people struggle because they tend to conflate things that they believe from a standpoint of faith with being evidence or truth. And that's why I was interested when you used the word truth. Angel or Snowy Owl, do either one of you want to share any views on that or anything else? I think Angels took a pause. Snowy Owl, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. How are you?
I'm okay. How about you?
I'm great. I opened up just as you were talking to Rashid, I think.
Yes.
And he was speaking about the Quran. I'm Tina, by the way. I don't know if you remember. We've spoken a couple of times already. And so I'm from Beirut, and I don't know if you know a little bit about Lebanon, but we have like 18 different sects, or we have Christians and Muslims living together. So you tend to sort of find out about different religions because you live with them, right? And one thing I wanted to say is that, first of all, the word God in Arabic, whether you're Christian or Muslim, when you say Allah, it means God. So when I go to church, because I'm Christian, you'll hear the word Allah a lot because it just means God. It's not like Allah is a different God than for other people, you know?
Okay.
It's just in Arabic, the word for God is Allah, you know? So that's one thing. Another thing I wanted to say, the problem I think with the way they've managed to make everybody so afraid of Muslims is because of Muslims who are a bit extreme and who are after everybody and trying to turn them and change their religion and make them follow. You know, it's the same with any religion where somebody's extreme. I mean, in Christianity, people who are extreme are not any better. I'm not making a judgment on Islam at all.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to say that the people who are extreme are the reason around the world they've been able to scare people from Muslims. Whereas, for example, the people I'm friends with and I live with here in Beirut, and the people I went to university with, they're not extreme at all. They're just basically, you know, not that religious. They might pray or fast, but they don't. It's not like the West sees on TV when they hear about Islam. You know, it's not like with the problems that happened in Syria and people getting caught and killed because they don't believe in Islam, or it's not like that. I mean, you can go to countries like Dubai and you'll see that, you know, not every Muslim is an extremist and wants to convert you to their religion, you know?
What about the people who make arguments on the Israeli side that
Yeah.
because there's this Islamic plan, a caliphate, so to speak, that the only reason they want to that's the reason why they hate Jewish people. They want to take it over they want to have everyone be a Muslim. I've heard that argument. What do you think of that argument?
I don't agree with that, because if you read the Hamas charter, I think initially started off a little bit like that. But then around 2017, they explained that what they don't like is not Jews, but Zionists, because of the way they're being treated in Palestine. And they clearly say that they're happy to live with Christians and Jews because they've always done that. Because in Palestine, there have always been Christians and always been Jews and Muslims. And they used to live together fine, you know, before the whole immigration from Europe thing, you know. So even if there was a small group of people that was this extreme and that thought that either you convert to Islam or you die, well, first of all, Islam doesn't say that. So the religion is very clear. If they do take over a country or a land like they did when they went to Spain and North Africa and all that hundreds of years ago, what they do is you have a choice. Either you convert, or if you want to stay and live there, you pay what they call jizya, which is like a tax that a Muslim doesn't have to pay, or else you leave, right? So this is like, if they want to apply the religion, like, how do you say this? Like word for word. But nobody is doing that. I don't know a single Muslim country that's trying to apply that anywhere. I've never seen a Muslim country attack another country. Have you seen a war like where a Muslim country is trying to invade some other country and convert it? It's never happened. It's just little groups of people that are extremist and that make everybody else look bad. I mean, seriously, I've lived here most of my life. I traveled a little bit during the war. I went to Europe, and Muslims have never been an issue at all. I have friends who are Muslim and neighbors who are Muslim, and none of them are this racist, you know, either towards Christians or Jews, and nobody's trying to convert anybody else by force. It's little groups of people, like in every religion, where you see somebody who's a bit extreme. I mean, even Christians who are extreme are scary. You know what I mean?
So what? So
I don't know.
in terms of evidence, this is an interesting point to bring up. So when people do those call-in shows, and the host will say something like, "Okay, so you believe that either Jesus Christ or God the Father, Holy Spirit, or Allah,
Yeah.
or Yahweh, or whatever it is." What is your thought about the relationship of evidence versus faith?
I don't think you can technically prove that there's God in any religion. I mean, I don't just mean for Christians or for Muslims. There's absolutely no evidence. Like, I can't come and say, "Come and look at this. This is going to prove to you that God exists."
Is
It's
it
always a matter of faith.
offensive is it offensive for someone who on the one? Do you think it's offensive for people on these talk shows to bring that up as a requirement, or do you think it's an inappropriate way of viewing it?
Sorry, I got distracted. Can you repeat the question?
So yeah, sorry to interrupt. I just curious to hear your point. So
Yeah.
on these talk shows, first of all, is it offensive when somebody who is a non-believer requires someone who is a believer to quote unquote prove it to them?
Not
And
at all.
also, one last thought: is it fair to ask for evidence, or is it something that one just has to sort of submit to in the absence of evidence?
Um, like in terms of a talk show, I don't think it's unfair at all. I mean, like, if I don't believe in God and somebody wanted me to start believing, I'd obviously be there saying, "Okay, you have to prove to me that God exists, otherwise I'm not going to be convinced," right? It's only fair to ask for evidence.
And is it offensive when somebody doesn't agree with a particular viewpoint, and when they say like, "Hey,
No,
your life
I
would be
think
better if you followed this thing that I like to follow"?
the thing is, I think people should live and let live. That's my policy. I think we're much better off when we let people believe whatever they want to believe. You don't have to be a religious person to be a good person. Some religious people have been some of the most horrible people like ever. And some people who don't believe in God are really decent human beings, right? Because
No,
they have their own
somebody
morals.
Abdul says this is Abdul saying to Scholar, says Chip is asking what's proof in Islam. No, that's not it. I don't have a clarity on any of it. Just to be clear, from my point of view, I'm just trying to find out what other people think. But I have had people when I was a kid. I was told that there's a Christian God. That's my family's religion, and I couldn't get my head around it. And I didn't want to be disingenuous and say I do believe when I had questions that didn't seem answerable. But that's why I asked that question earlier. Is it better for somebody to just say they believe and go along with the flow, or is it fair for them to say what they're not, that they're, I like to call myself confused in a lot of things, but especially that area. But should somebody try to push somebody? For example, you hear a lot of Christians in America say, "I'm trying to save your soul from eternal damnation. If you don't accept Jesus Christ, you're going to burn in hell for
It's not their
eternity."
job. It's not their job to save you, you know, like even if they were like true believers, right? At the end, you're the one who's going to be judged for your actions and for whatever you did, right? So it's not somebody's job to make you believe. Besides, you can't really force someone to believe, can you? I mean, you can force them in the sense you can threaten them until they tell you they believe when they don't, right? But that's no use. The person's supposed to be.
Do you think the existence of planet Earth and whatever else exists is indication of a creator or a deity? Or do you think it's just something that's unexplainable, that's in a different sort of realm or dimension that we're probably not going to or meant to understand?
Personally, I tend to believe in God, but that's because I don't know, maybe because I'm Lebanese and we have some saints here, and when you hear the stories of these people and how they've lived and the things they've done and the miracles, you have a tendency to want to believe, you know? So I would say that it's a really like it would be really weird if this happened like out of the blue, like there was nothing, no one created this. I find that hard to believe. There's got to be a creator. Now, what he does and how we're supposed to follow him, to each his own, you know. But definitely, like maybe there's a creator. Maybe not exactly the way I see him or the way different people see him, but definitely there's something there.
So here's a fair question. This is another question. Again, I'm not trying to challenge people too much, but this is something that just popped into my head, so I thought it'd be interesting. So human beings, as I understand it, according to, I guess, scientific analysis, have been evolving for maybe between 180 and 250,000 years, give or take, whatever, in our current form of Homo sapiens. So as far as I understand it, written language and history didn't start happening until maybe 15,000 years ago or so, which is a very small sliver of that time. What, if anything, was there prior to that? Did people believe in the same things that we're referring to now? Might they have believed more in maybe like a native culture does, in the spiritual realm of different parts of existence? Like, in other words, why is this more of a recent phenomenon versus an all-pervasive one from the beginning of the existence of humans?
I'm not sure that that belief in God started only with the written word, because we don't know what was there before they started writing, right? And it seems like every society has some sort of God they believe in. Like wherever you go on Earth, there's very few societies where they don't believe in some sort of a deity. Am I right? Or yeah, so it seems like all of us somehow knew. Plus, you look at stories like the story of the flood, which is there for in different religions. It's the same story in Islam as it is in Christianity, as it is, in some several different cultures, not just Abrahamic religions. This is what I meant to say. So this story seems to have happened, and this is another reason I tend to think that there has to be a creator. Maybe he's not what we've turned him into, but definitely there's some sort of energy there.
And so for people who believe in one religion versus another, and do you think that it's all the same basic God, which some people call Allah, others call God, others call Yahweh? It's the same exact entity that created the earth, and that people just have different interpretations that apply more to their particular culture or principles?
Exactly. I think you sort of turn it into whatever you want it to be, and so people living in different areas have different beliefs, and they sort of if they want you to do a particular thing, they're going to be like, oh, God said this was what you had to do. So, but the thing, for me, it's like if you're being kind to other people and nice, and you're a decent human being, then most likely you're doing what you're supposed to do. You don't have to be following a particular religion or a particular way of living to be,
Excuse me. Can you open the mic of Abdul, because I think he has something to explain to us.
Yeah, we're going to go in some order here. I think that Federico was first, and then we'll go to, and then I think it's Wolfman, and then Abdul. I'm sure that we'll get everybody in, I promise. Can we do this? Speaking of that, Snowy, can you want to stick around? But is it okay if we pass the torch to Federico?
I'll go next, Chip.
Okay. Yeah, well, I think Snowy just finished, right? So I think it's your turn, and then we'll do Wolfman. Or you want to wait a second? You want to let Wolfman go first? Okay, I think Federico needs to take care of it. So Wolfman, would you like to come into the conversation about this issue?
Thank you. With great honor, I accept and always appreciate your kindness and the fact that give us latitude to speak out. I read one of the thinkers close to Snowy Old. I believe his name is Dr. Al-Sawah, a Syrian national who teaches sometimes in China. And I quote him, he's saying that humans, or the Homo sapiens, as Chip put it, are believing animals. So perhaps because of our brain we want to find justification of what is and why and all these questions that are so alarming to us. We look at the dichotomy of darkness and light and syllables this with faith and create sometimes a monotheistic supreme being or multiple, gods and goddesses. Historians claim that when the people were polytheists, they did not impose their religion or faith on others, but they borrowed from each other, which is a beautiful thing. Then there comes this Abrahamic, monotheistic, I would say, reconstruction or resurrection of faith, because at some epochs of time, from my own simplistic studies, I found that monotheism existed in different epochs and different times. So therefore, what we see at the snapshot from, say, 4,000 years until now, with the advances of these three major religions on earth, kind of collapse and borrow from each other. Of course, the original one, my own former faith, stole a great deal from, say, Mesopotamia and Egypt, Iraq, where Abraham was born at, and took his sister with him for a trip after some commotion with his father, who used to make gods and small statues, as the story goes. And then, went on to from Ur to the Promised Land, allegedly. And, what transpired later on, and I'm talking historically speaking, I don't want to offend anyone, especially in this holy months for some. The fellow Jesus arrives and sees major flaws in the practice and wants to fix somehow. It's just like a body shop or auto mechanic who wants to repair somehow dysfunctional practice, and very isolationist one. So the story continues with Shaul or Paul, and on to perhaps the colonization of this faith by European Romans, disputed later by some locals, and then there's a big schism between East and West. And there comes Islam from, allegedly from the desert, but some historians say it's not so much from the desert, closer to maybe Syria or other places. I'm not here disputing anybody's faith. I'm just shedding light on history itself. So simply put,
Yeah, Wolf, I just want to focus on some of the more general statements. We don't need to go, we can't go too deep. We're losing a lot of follow. I don't want to get too deep in the weeds.
what is the question? I can answer it first.
Well, we're talking about evidence. So do you think that what should be the requirement for one to sort of see the light? I know someone earlier suggested that I read the Quran. And so if somebody said to them, I want some evidence first before I read the Quran, where does evidence play in, or does it not have a role because you just have to kind of believe?
I can say from my point of view, the minute I abandoned my faith and I looked into my heart, the evidence was clear that humanity needs only love. And that's all it is. You don't need to see God in your nightmare or your dream, or have a vision that he or she exists. But if you look inside your heart, and as I think the lady said, let live and let live, do upon others what you like to be done upon you. And it's simple, it doesn't need the metaphysical and almighty stories and organized faith, in my opinion, of course. So I think maybe a portal like the Quran could be workable for some. I don't dispute that. If this is the case, good for them. In my case, I could not read Arabic at the time, and I had to go and study, but still I don't understand a lot of Arabic. I don't think the portal is the Quran for me. I found simply just sitting down and thinking, how can I help humanity in a good way? And I found love is the only portal. And I'm not talking carnal love, just spiritual love, and accepting others and accepting myself. And thank you for that.
You're on mute.
Federico, did you want to go next, or do you want to let Abdullah?
Yeah. No, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to respond on the lady earlier that was saying that if you're not Muslim, you have to pay jizya. You pay the jizya because Muslims pay zakat, which is the 2.5 of your total capital. And non-Muslim don't have to pay that, so they made the jizya, which is less than the zakat, and that would be in exchange for your social services. If you guys there is something about Islam that was 1300 years ago, social security and welfare and all that social services were offered in Islam way way before the whole modern society started. Like if you lived in a Muslim area and you were in need, you go to the house of the money. That's what they called it, and you ask for social assistance, and you will get it. And that's where the money comes from, the jizya or the zakat. About religion, I think everyone, it's a personal thing, if you want to believe, because we all change our mindset throughout our life many times. And there is, like my father used to tell me, in your teen, you're foolish. In your 20s, you go into you live your life. In your 30s, you understand. And in your 40s, you really actually in your 30s you learn, and in your 40s you understand. So we go through phases of life, each one based on the way that lived his life. Some of us, like I'm gonna be honest, frankly, when I was a little kid, I was really bad. I was one of the guys that you don't want to have around you. Right now, if I see a cockroach on the floor, I don't have the heart to step on it, because I think, that's a creature of God, is living, is looking for his living, looking for food or whatever it is. Who am I to step on him? So, but if you would have saw me when I was in my teen, I was completely the opposite. So we change in life. Religion is needed in our lives. It's needed because you need to fear something in your life. Like you cannot be look at as it's not real. They don't fear anything. They're unaliving people left and right and doing everything possible against humanity. But if you fear God, or you fear a supreme power, I'm not gonna say God, because some people don't believe in God. If you fear a supreme, you fear something, it's gonna step you back. I left my home at the age of 14, and I went to a foreign country with no parent supervisions or nothing. And I got myself in so much trouble. And the only thing that saved me from these troubles and made me who I am today is when I was by myself and I was thinking, I would say always had that fear of God. And if it wasn't for that fear of God, oh my God, I don't know what I could be right now. Because I really, like, I'm 50 years old, but I lived 90.
Yeah, interesting. So here's another question to throw to the audience. So, and you can always talk about what you want to talk about, but it's just another question to ponder. So we have these scientists, these astrophysicists, et cetera, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, these kind of really smart guys. And they talk about things like the distant objects that we see in the sky that I think were probably pretty mystical to human beings a long time ago. And they seem to think that there are these vast distances that it takes, the time it takes light to travel for one whole year, and it travels an unbelievable amount of time. So these vast distances, what created all of that stuff? And was there a beginning or an end to any of that? Or are those things we're just not meant to understand? And then, of course, the other question would be, what happens to us when we die? Do we go through this spiritual passing and this thing of being held accountable to some standards that we are judged by? Or is it possible, like some people argue, that there's just a light switch and that our consciousness just disappears and that our body becomes back a part of the earth? What do you think? What are your thoughts about that? Abdul, what do you think about that?
I'll give that and then I'll pass it back to Abdul.
Okay. All right.
In Islam, all these answers are in the book. Like there is a lot of stuff that we could not explain ourselves, no scientists, no nothing. But if you research it in the Holy Book, Quran, you will find the answer. And there is a lot of science in the Quran that we would never could explain ourselves. And scientists are talking about it now, which is the Prophet Muhammad had written it down 1400 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Abdul, what do you think?
No, I mean that was, it's exactly what I wanted to tackle was the intersection of the Quran's faith and knowledge. For instance, the creation of the universe, the Big Bang theory is within the Quran. Human development, the embryoid, is within the Quran, and also fasting. Like, the past several years, past decade, science has been coming out saying, "Oh yeah, fasting is actually really good." Growing up, as a kid, being told by my teachers or elders saying, "Wait, you're fasting? That's not good for you. Why are you doing it?" And it's just like it's not just about not eating and not drinking, but it's also a way to detoxify your mind, your spirit, and body, and that's been within the text for hundreds of years. And and that's something how I would reply when someone asks for something, whether or not there's proof of God and the creation and why you do it. There's certainly a lot of evidence within the text itself that wasn't explained in science until later on.
So if anybody is critical, for example, my father, before he died, he told me that, like other people have argued, that people who are Muslim, and he may have been Islamophobic, that Muslims are trying to take over the world. They have a plan to take it over and force everybody to believe in that. And somebody in the comments just said, when you were talking about, presumably Islam, he said, I think his name was Freeberger, "We all knew this well before your religion." So, Freeberger, can you clarify what you know, what you think you knew earlier, and which religion are you talking about knew it sooner?
If he can explain it, why don't he explain where the simple disease that we see today it's not simple, it's very complicated, where the STDs come from. If he knew it, STDs,
Sexually transmitted diseases?
yes, that is mentioned in the Quran, and it's mentioned why it's mentioned, but we couldn't figure it out 15 years ago. Now we know. So if he knew it in his book, why doesn't he say, explain it to us?
Okay. Real quick, before we continue on with this discussion, there are a couple people in the guest queue. I want to. Mark is here. Mark is a regular, someone who we've spoken to before. I'd say he's someone who has a different point of view, but he's more moderate in the way that he discusses it, which I think is always great to not be completely, inflamed. So I'd like to let him come up, and then there's also someone named Audie Dejin Speaks, I guess. So if it's okay, just want to make sure the audience knows this. The way that I run the lives, and I just ask I lean on your better angels to try to be polite to those who come up who disagree with us, because that's not the same treatment that most of us get when we go there. And it's important for me to differentiate from people who do things in a way that I don't agree with, to show that we can disagree but still be respectful. So with that in mind, if in the comments, if you could please keep things issue directed, not personal towards maybe someone like Mark. And if you disagree with his points of view, come on up and talk, or make a mention in the comments and we'll address it. Okay, so let me bring Mark up and say welcome, and what's on your mind?
Yes, hi.
Hi, Mark.
Thanks for the introduction.
Sure.
Okay, so basically the discussion is here about the accuracy of what was the discussion here?
Well, we were
Actually, of the
talking about the idea behind. I started it by someone mentioned that suggested that I should take a look at the Quran, and read it and to better understand its principles and to embody it, because it's got a lot of positive attributes. And then I started asking the question line about, there's these radio shows where people who are non-believers, people who call into the show say they do, and then they require, or they put onto them, can you provide evidence for the validity of whatever you're claiming? And then there's always a back and forth about what is or isn't evidence. Rashid, who was the person who brought this up, he said that it's the truth, the word the truth. And I know some people can use opinion to mean truth or use objective reality to mean truth. So, for example, if water is falling out of the sky, most people would say it's raining. That's what's objectively happening. Some people could say, the truth is it only rains on Thursdays every week, and I know that because my book tells me that. Or some people would say, no, it doesn't. That's a crazy belief. Again, just interpretation being different than objective reality. Do you feel that Islam is the truth, or do you feel differently, or where are your views, Mark?
Yeah, as being Jewish, as being actually an observant Jew, believing in the Torah, the Quran actually adapted a lot of notions, ideas, and even practices from the Torah, and even later Jewish traditions from the Talmud and other sources, midrashic sources called midrashic sources. So I guess I would say a large section of the Quran is actually, I would believe in, because it's actually adapted from I believe it's adapted from the Torah and of Jewish. Muhammad had a lot of Jewish acquaintances that he associated with, and I guess through his Jewish friends, he got a lot of material from Jewish sources.
I mean, a scholar would argue that per se, because there were definite tribes that were listed at the time of the prophet. So depending on the tribe, yeah, I mean, certainly. But I'm not too knowledgeable on each of those tribes that were living close to him, but I haven't heard that before.
Yeah, you can see a lot of parallels, not just from the Torah and the Bible, but also later Talmudic sources. You can see like stories that actually stem from the only known Jewish sources prior to the Quran. From the 2nd century, 3rd century, 4th century, way before Muhammad. So it definitely predates the Quran.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you know this, Mark, but we believe that the messages and texts that came before, hold on one second. Sorry for the background noise, but yeah, the texts and messages that were brought prior to our prophet, we do believe in that, those messages that were brought. So, and there's some deviations in terms of the details of it, but ultimately, yes, the messages and some of the text prior to the Quran, we believe is true.
I mean, to be honest, the Quran is full of Jewish prophets. Starting from Abraham, all the way, Moses, Jacob, Isaac, and 12 tribes, and later, David, Solomon. The Quran is full of it.
So sorry to interrupt you guys. Hello Sheb, thank you for adding me as a guest. We've talked yesterday about my situation, and you told me to talk with Eric something.
We don't hear you.
Sorry. Yes. So if somebody goes to Eric Warsaw or his friend Rima, who I think is the one who does the actual work to verify somebody's situation, so that they can then ask people to contribute, I need to be made aware of that by them before I can let somebody come back up to ask for whatever. So if it has happened, please ask Rima or Eric to contact me. Eric and I are in contact through email outside of TikTok, or it can be within TikTok. And then if you want to talk about it, I can more than happily let you come up and discuss it with the audience and do what you need to do. Okay? But other than that, that's why I said please no fundraising requests, because I don't have any verification yet. That's what I have to have before I can let people use the platform for that purpose. And that's just trying to be fair. We've had
I
people take
understand.
advantage of it.
I understand. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, but I didn't get to, or I couldn't get her to reply to me, especially Eric. But Rima, I didn't know her ad or her TikTok, or her email. If
Yeah.
you could write it down for me here in the chat, I'll be very
I'm
appreciative.
I'm not going to give Eric's personal email to you. I'm not going to, unless he gives me your permission to do it. That's not my place to do.
Request on his live. They'll
Well,
let
yeah,
you off.
that's what I'm saying. So the best thing to do for anybody who wants to reach Eric Warsaw, he has a live broadcast probably right now. He does them all the time, probably for 5 hours a night. So you go into his live, you say, "Can I please contact Rima to verify a legitimate fundraising request?" And then they'll answer you. They'll give you the right steps. Then you can get that done, and then you can come back, ask them to contact me once you've done that, so I can then help you out. It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that we've had people come in, present themselves as one thing. We find out later they weren't. It's not good for the people of Gaza if that's what's happening.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah. And, it's unfortunate that people, I don't even know how anybody could take advantage of a crisis like this and of the poor people there to try to make money for themselves. It's pretty disgusting. Okay. We have, I think it's Auti Daijin. I can't pronounce the name properly. Mark, do you mind hanging for a second and let them share their point of view just 1
No
second?
problem.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Audie, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm good. I thank you for letting me speak. I was born in America and lived in North Africa. I was there during Israel's Operation Cast Lead on Gaza, and I marched with Hattie Epstein, who was a Holocaust survivor, and Medea Benjamin from Code Pink, Anne Wright from the Flotillas, and Greta Berlin. So I was a part of all of these organizations and on these missions, and I had up close and personal experience with them. I was a person who came from the birthright generation. So I was raised by Zionists, but I did not know about Palestinians until I moved to France. And I found Islam to be incredibly beautiful. I found not only the Gazans and Palestinians, but most of North Africa, everywhere that I was in North Africa. By far and large, the people were beautiful. I noticed there was virtually no homelessness. I did not witness any sort of abuse. I witnessed extreme respect. I saw no drug addiction or alcoholism, and I lived there in the region for about 3 years.
That's amazing. Yeah, I think a lot of things in the West are not doing so hot in terms of some of those issues. I know in America, there are videos on TikTok, if anybody's seen them, they talk about how did Philadelphia, one of the major cities on the eastern seaboard in Pennsylvania, they're literally like zombies, people that are all whacked out on different drugs, and there's crime, there's prostitution, all sorts. It's terrible. It's really sad. And other cities around the world just don't have these problems. So is it the religion, or is it just the customs or the laws, or what do you think drives that?
I'll be really honest with you. So I came from a fairly political family, and I was divided. My family were red and I was much more left and blue. Just to make a long story short, I found that, and I don't want to really go anywhere I'm not supposed to in conversation, so forgive me if this is out of bounds, but I was really upset with the way the Democrats handled, war crimes. So, for example, under the Obama administration, I don't think most people know this, but there were more Muslims and Arabs killed during the Obama administration. In fact, there were more of them killed than with George Bush Sr. or Jr. combined. So things like, the way we handled Gaddafi or the Arab Spring, we were not the good guys, and we haven't been the good guys. And, I'm not either left or right anymore. I'm so far left, I'm left of left land. I live in Occidental California. And even here, I can't get my hippie community to vote for a ceasefire. So the problem is ingrained. We are brainwashed just like the Zionists in Israel are. these poor people, we are all so brainwashed. That's all I can say. And this is going to, private interests and people, there's no working class anymore. There's no middle class anymore. There's just, lower class and people striving to survive. And then the billionaires. That's what we have. So that's why this went this way.
Hello, everyone.
One sec. I think these are really interesting points to raise, and thank you for sharing your point of view. I don't think that's out of bounds to mention that the Democrats are unfortunately going along with something that doesn't seem very democratic in terms of their history and their politics. It's pretty alarming. I did want to ask Mark something because Mark's here representing probably a different viewpoint than many of us share, and that is I talked earlier today at length about what happened to the United Food Kitchen workers, the poor people who are driving in the various aid vehicles. And I want to just paint the picture briefly before I want to hear what Mark's views are on what he believes happened or what he thinks is involved here. So for those who don't know, there were 7 aid workers. It's all over the news. They were foreign nationals. So some were from different countries that are more Western. They weren't Palestinians, although one was of Palestinian heritage among the 7. And they were unfortunately all unalived by Israeli drone strikes. And it could have been, I think, some people claim it's accidental. Many people think otherwise. They had contacted the Israeli authorities and very clearly told them their coordinates, where they were starting out from, what they were transporting, who was going to be along for the ride, and what their vehicles looked like and how they were marked. And when they would be, everything was laid out and agreed upon very carefully in advance, such that there couldn't be any accidents. It couldn't be said that nothing would that people didn't, go out of their way to try to make sure there was no confusion. And unfortunately, as they proceeded north towards their destination along the coast, they were fired upon by an Israeli drone. And there was one survivor from the first shot that made it to the second vehicle. And just as they made it to the second vehicle, that vehicle was engaged and all 3 were unalived. And then the drone moved up to the third vehicle, and these were all spaced out by about 1.25 miles. So these weren't like all in a little cluster where a bomb dropped by accident and unalived everybody. These were 3 different and distinct located targeted shots from drones with Hellfire missiles that unfortunately killed 7 aid workers. And the organization that they came from said that they're no longer going to be working inside of Gaza. And also with UNRWA, we heard the allegations that some of their members were involved in what happened on 10/7. Those have not been corroborated. But because of that, a lot of funding that was going there, as well as their very ability to function, has been pretty much decimated. So it appears to some observers as puzzle pieces that the Israelis may be intentionally trying to, to kneecap the ability of aid groups to serve the people and be another sort of check in the column of sort of purposeful group punishment. So I wanted to hear what Mark had to say about that, if he thinks differently and why.
Yeah, thanks for. Yeah, okay. So basically, looking at the thing is, we have to look at it from a very logical perspective. There's so much heat right now on the IDF and everything. The casualties happening there. In Gaza and everything. I mean, I would say it's almost impossible that it wasn't an accident, it wasn't a mistake. Because why? The question is why? Why would they do that if they actually knew that they're dealing
It's not the
with
first time.
foreign? We remember very well then when the actually Israeli captives have been unalived. So it's definitely. I mean, it's very unlikely that it was an intent move. I think if you look at it from a logical perspective, there's no way. I mean, I don't know.
Mark, when you say from a logical perspective, I mean, I think in terms of putting another possibility out there in terms of using a logic.
Yes.
So we know that at the beginning of the campaign that Defense Minister Gallant said publicly that there's going to be no water, no food, no electricity, no fuel, and then parenthetically, no medical aid, because we're dealing with human animals. Kind of saying that everyone in the territory is kind of culpable because of the horrific nature of the perception from the Israelis of what happened on 10/7, which seems to be unfair because if Israel carried out a bombing attack on Lebanon and Lebanon had the power to cut off everything to Israel, you might say as a citizen, well, hey, what did I do? I mean, my government did something that was aggressive, but I didn't tell them to do it. So likewise, I think that's a fair point to look at. And as part and parcel to that overall mental approach, people look at the different things that have been happening. We know that people went to try to get flour off of an aid truck and many were unarmed. It happened a second time and many
Yep.
were unloved. A lot of people have seen circumstances that to the average person, like that, what I call the reasonable man standard, reasonable person, that look from the outside in, and maybe they're not privy to what the IDF is actually saying, so I guess it's within the realm of possibility. But there seems to be a concerted effort between journalists and their families and the recent expelling of Al Jazeera, as well as the unaliving of aid workers and the targeting of aid trucks and et cetera, plus limiting the types of trucks that get into Gaza with the certain things that make it tougher for people to get fed and get the things they need. That there is a collective effort, that the logical thing to look at is it's all part and parcel of a general approach, and it's blamed on being accidental or human shields or whatever you want to fill in the blank. What do you think about people who make that argument?
Yeah, in my opinion, you mentioned the statement at the beginning of the war. I think that statement came out of, imminent, reaction and, a rage. But at the moment, we know very well that Israel has no problem with, aid coming in, food coming in, water coming in. We know 14,000 trucks have delivered in the last couple of months. And I think the main problem now in Gaza is the logistics, how to distribute the food. I don't think it's that much. I don't think we could blame at the moment in Israel, the IDF for preventing, it coming in. And I don't think they have any agenda at the moment of preventing, basically starve the people in Gaza. It just, Netanyahu actually, I saw a speech of Netanyahu about it, and at the moment the main focus is actually in the Rafah situation, not so much about the civilians in other places. And again, I mean, from what I have seen, the data, how much aid came in. Again, I don't see any reason why the IDF would have any agenda to unalive,
But
foreigners, especially foreigners.
the
Yeah.
argument that I just laid out, though, Mark, I think in fairness would give a clear indication of why and what the motivation would be if it is part and parcel. I don't know if you heard the response by the founder of the aid organization, who I believe is from Spain. He sounds like he's Spanish, but he gave a summary. Did you hear his summary of what he said?
Was that recent?
It happened in the last 24 hours. So what he
Okay.
said was, and these are his words, I'm going to paraphrase, it was 100% definitely a targeted destruction of our workers. It was a murder. And here's why. They went out of their way to completely clarify exactly what they were going to do well in advance. And the Israeli authorities acknowledged what they were going to be doing and told them they would have protective passage. And then they didn't. Now, if it was just a single strike on something they believed to be, let's say, a militant, and it took out one of the vehicles, and it was an accident because they didn't realize, oh my goodness, this is marked with the same indicators they told us on the report. And all of the drone operators are made aware of this when this happens because they're operating in that territory. They all have zones of responsibility. I know how these chains of command works. I was in the military. So that information was disseminated. Now, I don't know what the command structure said in terms of being, cognizant of it and taking it into account in terms of how they're going to engage potential targets. But for the outside person looking in, it appears, and again, you can say that there's other explanations, but the average person looking at the totality of this entire decision on how to prosecute this conflict is one where people see one thing being said and one set of arguments being made similar to the kind of things you've just shared, and then another set of actions that don't add up to the explanations being provided by the Israeli government or their spokespeople. So do you think the world's just getting it wrong, that they misinterpreted or they're being unfair with the Israelis, or is there maybe something to it that they're doing things that might be, out of bounds?
Again, we have to remember in war we have sometimes, even friendly fire, and friendly fire is definitely a mistake, and if you get friendly fire, you can definitely have maybe some miscommunication from different entities, different military groups, and different. So maybe something went wrong there from a communication aspect that, it was verified by one entity and it wasn't communicated with another one. You don't know. We have to see the full context of things, I think. I'm just saying it from a logical standpoint. I don't see why, at this moment, and there's so much heat from all over the world, they would actually do that, unaliving actually aid, foreign aid. It just doesn't. I don't know. I can't wrap my mind around it. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, when you say it doesn't make any sense, though, I think it wouldn't be out of the realm of illogical
Right.
if indeed the premise were accurate, which a lot of people are alleging, and again, a lot of times in life, let's say the motivation of the Israeli government for 1 second, just as a thought exercise, was completely motivated by trying to avoid civilian casualties at all costs, which is what they state publicly. Okay, and a lot of times when these situations come up, there's a saying that, I think Netanyahu acknowledged it was unfortunate. A lot of people say what you said, which is, different unfortunate collateral damage, we'll put it that way, happens in conflict. It's the fog of war. It's no good. Or
Yeah.
people have actually said they blame the H group. If this didn't happen, none of this would be happening. I've heard all these things. But the world, just to let you know, the public opinion has shifted dramatically. First of all, most people didn't know much about this. Let's face it, they're just living their lives. Now they're aware of the conflict, but they've watched the response. They've watched these subsequent actions, and every time there's something going on that has the potential to be suspicious in terms of motive and the way it was carried out, adds another check in a box that says, well, what's going on? And enough people start to doubt the story. And after a while, what it appears to be is that someone just continues to say something, like you've said, it's illogical. But to most people, it makes a whole lot of sense. 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 = 4, not 14. Why is it that you think you struggle to see that it's illogical for people who have no reason to be hateful of Israel, are drawing conclusions that make them angry at what Israel's doing? Are they being unfair?
To a degree, absolutely. I mean, as long if you're not there, if you don't see the full picture, if you don't see the full context of each thing, of each each story, I don't think you should ever make any conclusions until you have all the details. And it just again, I'm telling you what I think. It just doesn't make any sense. The IDF would do that. I don't know. It just
Now, in terms of approach, I'm sure you heard of journalist Shireen Abu Akleh that died unfortunately in the West Bank. Did you hear about her?
yeah.
This is going back a ways. So I don't know if you're aware of this or not. So initially the IDF said that it was crossfire. It was potentially militants that killed her. Then it came out that, yes, it was done by the IDF, but it was an accident, but there was going to be an internal investigation, which of course absolved anybody from culpability. But I don't know if you heard this or not. During her funeral, which occurred like 24 hours or 30 hours later, she was being carried by a number of pallbearers into their funeral location. And do you know what happened? You know what the Israeli police did?
And they did this. I guess they blocked it. I don't remember something.
Well, they intervened and they physically beat the people who were carrying her casket and the funeral goers, such that they dropped her casket. There was maybe 60 or 70 Israeli police that engaged the crowd of maybe 150 funeral goers. So my question is, when people see things like that happening, I mean, it's one thing to argue that Israeli security requires a very strong presence in the occupied territories to maintain things not happening. The question is, what role does beating people at a funeral play in maintaining security for Israel?
Again, I'll have to look into the story there exactly why they would have done it. I mean, I don't know. I don't have the details of the story. I remember the story vaguely. I don't have the details about it. I can't respond.
Would you indulge us as an audience just to look it up? I could certainly pull the video from my library. I have anything I talk about, I always have stuff stored. I could probably just Google it and find another copy of it. Would you mind checking that out just out of curiosity? You can just type down Israeli police beat Shireen Abu Akleh funeral procession. And from people that I've spoken to who I was like, when I talked about it on my live, I was very shocked. I'm like, well, how can it be? Why would somebody do this? That seems really cruel. Not only are you responsible for killing somebody, but then you go to her funeral and try to just like beat the people who are trying to show her some modicum of respect for her death. That seems over and above security, well beyond that. But notwithstanding that, somebody said in my audience, oh, that's not unusual at all. That happens all the time. Like this is a normal practice by the IDF. And again, I don't know if you're aware of this. I wasn't. The question is, how is it justifiable, if indeed it's accurate, you can do your homework and verify it. Why is it okay for a military that claims it's moral to then do things like this, which are completely detached from being necessary to maintain security for one side?
Chip, I can add a little bit to what you're saying, if it's okay with you.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
The thing is, they have a history of doing this, not just right now. They've been doing this for years. Like even now, when they let the hostages go, the Palestinian hostages, I don't know if you know, but they stopped their families from celebrating their return.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like anybody who tried to celebrate would be arrested. And we're talking about some of these were just kids when they were arrested, and even when they were let go. Plus, like you look at incidents like what happened in Cana in Lebanon years ago, where they targeted UN headquarters and killed over 200 civilians in one go. They've been doing this stuff for years, but they used to get away with it, but because social media was not what it is right now. So this is not something new for anybody who's from the Middle East. We can give you hundreds of examples of the IDF doing stuff like this. So like it doesn't surprise anybody who's Palestinian or Lebanese or Syrian or Arab even to hear that the IDF has done something like that. They've been doing this for years and years. They target the UN. They targeted Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders, during this war. I don't know if you heard about it. So they were targeted in Gaza, and those are doctors that just go like to countries where people don't have enough money to go to the doctors, and they help them. Those are not people who are armed or who are involved in conflict. There's no reason to target Doctors Without Borders. So and the excuse is always, but Hamas, you know. So we've heard this so many times. The excuse gets boring in the end. Anyway,
Okay,
so
so
that's it.
basically, yeah, I would like to respond to what you mentioned before, Chip, about the funeral. I'm just reading a report from the AP News. Basically, the police claim that they tried to control basically the funeral, and some Palestinians threw stones at them. Basically, that's the story behind it.
It's a funeral.
So you're saying that the reason for the actions against the funeral procession is because somebody threw stones at police.
No, the participants of the funeral threw stones at the police. Yeah, they actually tried to secure the situation. Actually, to make sure the issue doesn't go out of control.
Well, even if one or several participants did that, why do you think the people carrying the actual body in the casket had somehow the ability to take their hand off the casket and throw stones at the Israeli police? Is that what you're alleging?
Again, what I've seen on the image, I see not those people. That's not the people that actually held the casket are being attacked by the police. It's other people, and then some people, I think what I see in the image, tried to help out those who are being attacked by the police. Drop the casket. Basically, that's what happened.
So when people see these videos and they hear the response that you're sharing with us right now, Mark, what do you think goes through their heads when they hear that kind of response? Do you think and again, the question is, do you think that the explanations being provided by the Israelis in all of these circumstances where there's always violence involved, people die. There's always a reason provided that somehow justifies the use of force. Do you think that people are actually believing some of these stories that are being shared now?
Again, we know very well the Palestinians throw stones. It happens on a daily basis, by the way. And I can tell you a personal story. A couple of years ago,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. They always do what?
The Palestinians in the West Bank. It's a kind of the youth at least. It's a very common phenomenon, throwing stones. It's all over the place. And I've actually been in a bus near the old city that has been attacked by stones of Palestinians. It's kind of a very common phenomenon. It's not something rare. So let me ask you, how would an American police react if they've been attacked with stones?
Well, if the American police were occupying, let's say, Mexico, and a Mexican child threw a stone at an American police officer in an armored militarized vehicle, and then they beat the kid or unalived the kid or took him to prison for 3 years, I would ask the Americans, why are you occupying Mexico?
Okay, first of all, this was in Jerusalem. It wasn't occupied. It was actually in Jerusalem proper. I mean, in Jerusalem. It wasn't in any occupied land.
East Jerusalem's not occupied by the Israelis?
That's under dispute. It's complicated.
By whom?
But East Jerusalem.
Are you saying there's no Israeli soldiers and police in East Jerusalem that crack down on Palestinians, that weld their doors shut and don't let them walk in the street, that drive by in vehicles and spray skunk water on their homes? That doesn't happen ever. That's just a whole lifestyle.
Again, East Jerusalem's is considered today Israel proper. It's not in the West Bank actually. I mean, you can call it the West Bank, but it's part of Jerusalem, and it's under the control of Israeli police. So I mean, and I don't see kids there, but I see adults being attacked by the police. That's not you're not
That's
dealing
what I
with
said.
kids.
I said it was adult funeral goers that were attacked by the police. Even people
Yeah, and
carrying
these
caskets.
these adults threw stones at the police, threw rocks at the police,
This
and
was
it's
an American journalist, by the way.
yes. I mean, we're talking about why the police is attacking, a couple of people here. The reason why they attack these people because they have been attacked by these people. They threw stones on this police.
There's
So
So,
no
why
reason to go into
so
a funeral. There's no reason, even if they threw stones, they could have just put themselves somewhere where the stones don't reach them. You don't, there's some respect for the dead.
again
There's no reason
the
to
police
go
was
into a
there.
funeral.
Wait. The police was actually there to make sure that things don't go out of control. The rage from the Palestinians doesn't go out of control because he's still dealing
Why
there
would
with.
it go out of control? Why would
We
it
know
go?
very well. Come on. We're dealing here with Palestinians in the city
Mark,
of Jerusalem.
Mark, me and you
It wasn't
we
very far
spoke before.
from Israeli.
Mark, me and you spoke many times before. You know, I like you. I like the way you talk, but you understand many points, and then all of a sudden your Zionism kicks in, and like,
It's not
why?
Zionism. I'm trying to see the logic of things there. I'm
Like,
trying to see
let me.
the logic and things.
Okay,
Simple as that.
okay. Why is it for you the Israeli police or the Israeli army never lie? Like everybody in the world is making.
by the way, I just want to ask a quick question to Mark. Just this is sort of a style. Do you feel like you're being personally attacked, Mark?
No. I
Do
see
you
it.
feel like
No way.
do you feel like people are being rude to you or making you stay
No.
quiet?
It's a very respectful conversation. No, I
Okay,
appreciate it.
so
No problem.
I ask you as a messenger of peace, will you please contact some of your brethren? I've seen the different panels you've been on other lives where there's a lot of pro-Israelis, which is fine. But please ask them to grant the same level of courtesy and respect that's being granted to you here,
Okay.
please.
We'll do it.
Okay. Let's let Federico finish his comment. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, Mark. So you think the whole world lies there? I've had so many personal experience with the Israeli army, personal, like in person, and you've heard all these stories. And I know you're good. I know you're trying. You wanna believe what we're telling you, but at one point you can't believe it for some reason. The best thing that a human can be recognizes what's wrong and says it flat out. It's wrong. If you ask me something if it's right or wrong, I will say it flat out. No matter who's done it, my brother, my mother, my dad, my best friend, I will flat out call it out. What it takes for you guys to really see that I want to assume they're lying to you, but why would you believe their lies? Like, why don't you double check? I hate mainstream media. I hate Fox News, I hate CNN, but I watch them. You know why I watch them? To certain myself that that's what I believe in is the correct thing. Because if I don't listen to their lies, I will be hypocritical. I would be personally convinced that this is my way or the highway. No, I want to be on the right side. And when I want to be on the right side, I listen to everybody. Why don't you question these, like,
I never said there's no wrongdoings. There's always you always have rotten apples everywhere. It's not that.
you,
I'm just trying to see. Typically, I've been to Jerusalem many times. I've been to Israel many times,
mhm.
and I haven't. Typically the police would react to something. They will not attack a group for no good reason.
I get
Typically, I can't say it's
I
always the case.
was 9 years old, grabbed by the IDF. I was walking, minding my way, but going to buy bread, 1982 in Beirut. I was going to buy bread, and at the time, the Israeli had a siege on Beirut. That you could not get food or water in Beirut. Same things that are happening in Gaza, maybe a little less severe. And for me to get a pack of bread, I would stand in line from 7 o'clock in the morning until 2 o'clock in the afternoon for me to get a pack of bread. That's if I'm lucky. And for the Israeli soldiers to come around the bakery and start slapping us left and right, doesn't matter what age you were. I was 9 years old. I was slapped around by the Israeli soldiers. And that is a systematic. It's something they do it in Palestine, they did it in Lebanon, and they would do it. And not only, they would take pictures and make fun. So my personal experience, I question everybody. I question my own self. Sometimes I talk to you something right now, and then when I finish, I go and I say, was that the right thing or not? I question myself. On the end, I know you're religious, so you're one day you're gonna stand in front of God, and you will be asked about these decisions. Why did you believe that? Why did you make that decision? Why did you choose that side? Don't you think of that?
Absolutely. The problem,
Okay.
again,
Why
as
aren't you not standing up?
was it again?
Why you're not standing up to your government?
Sorry, I didn't say. Can you repeat again?
Why are you not standing up?
Standing up. I mean, at the moment, again, standing up to government. I mean, first of all, I'm not there. That's first of all. Second, I can't stand up unless I do my own study on every single, uh, you know, story, every single incident. We need to see the full context of things. I don't know. I don't know. We have a problem here. I would say on both sides. When it comes to war, when it comes to anything, there's so much propaganda and false narratives come from both sides. So I don't, and we don't know who to trust today nowadays. That's a problem.
I have a quick question for Mark.
See
And
what
this
I told you.
real quick,
It wasn't
real quick, Fred.
propaganda. It was personal experience. It wasn't propaganda. What I just told you, it happened
Listen.
to
If
me.
if what ha if it indeed happened to you, I would condemn it. Actually, absolutely. I would have a big problem with that.
Why would
But
I
see,
lie
this
and say it didn't?
And it's not a probability, like if then else. This is a man who got slapped as a child, and you still cannot take it. For what reason, man? Just lighten up and believe me, the rest of the planet says the truth, just like you folks. Okay?
I guess the question I'd like to ask Mark is, in terms of what motivates people to, I guess, provide their commentary, like in these forums, is it your contention that the things that I'm sharing, I'm either misinformed, I don't have the ability to make the right assessments, or that these things just didn't happen in the first place? I mean, I'm an American. I don't get paid by anybody. I'm not Palestinian. It doesn't really matter to me. Not that I don't have a conscience, but it doesn't really affect me as to what does or doesn't happen with respect to Israel or Palestine unless it spills over to my country. Why would somebody like me, who's been at this since 1989, make these types of allegations or make these observations? What would motivate me to misrepresent them to somebody or to the public? Mark, are you still with us?
Yes. I guess it's again, it's a tough one. It maybe I mean, if you look from the general, if you look from the outside eye, yeah, yes, you do see attacks from the IDF, and you do see attacks from the Israeli police towards civilians. The problem is we have to see. I can't. I mean, I know some attacks are wrong, but I would say the majority of these attacks, the majority of these civilians taken to prison is usually due to a reaction to some T activity, to some aggression. I mean, they don't do it just they don't. I mean, typically, I would say, typically they don't do it just for no reason.
Right. So here's a fair question to ask you, Mark. If you
Yeah.
found out that the very things that each person is speaking of here were not just one-off anomalies, it wasn't a quote bad apple as you referred to, but it was systemic practice by the military and the different governments, not just the hard right one we're seeing now, but by all governments for many decades, and you came to learn it to be accurate, just put that aside for a second. How would you feel about the way you feel about the country and the different ways you view the nation state vis-a-vis the problem that you've been told it's been for a long time? Because I will tell you this, you can hook me up to a polygraph machine. I can show you all the resources I've followed for decades. Most people who support Israel do not know and or don't want to know the things that the government has been doing. And I'm not saying that Palestinians have never done anything in response to the things that I'm referring to. They have, clearly. But in terms of the magnitude of the just sheer humiliation and sheer brutality and violence that is mostly completely unnecessary and unprovoked versus things that are provoked. I know that's hard to hear because you want to think as highly as possible of the country that you defend and believe to be a force for good. But if it does turn out that all of the allegations that we're sharing with you, not only about the current conflict, but what's been happening for decades, were true, how would you feel in that case?
Again, it's very unlikely because there's so much. I mean,
Hold on. Don't say
yeah,
unlikely. How I'm asking you, if you found that to be true, forget about the likelihood, but if it were true, if the things we're telling you were not based on rock throwing, but just that the Israeli police move in and they just beat people because they can, because they have the upper hand. If that were true, how would you feel about it?
I would be very intimidated, and I would actually condemn it. I would
Okay,
fully.
so that's what I spend my time doing here on TikTok. It's not because I have it in for the Israelis or I somehow have a way to gin up the information and make Israel look bad. In fact, I've often said if it was an Arab nation that was doing the same things and it were Jewish victims of the same oppression, I would be very much critical of the Arab government and the Arab police, the Arab soldiers, etc. It's not about the parties. So the question is, what then motivates somebody like me, an American with no upside benefit? In fact, it actually hurts me because the majority of people in my community who are well-to-do are Jewish and support Israel. What would motivate me? Am I being paid by Qatar? What am I just an idiot? Is the 34
Again,
years of doing this, am I just misguided?
to be honest, I don't know exactly what motivates you. I mean, being exposed to social media, being exposed to footage, being exposed to propaganda. The last, I mean, I would say the PR PR coming from the Palestinians, pretty profound. I mean, they're doing a good job, I would say. I guess it is the influence. It's the influence
Well,
from
what about in 1987 and 1989 when I learned about this? There was no internet. There was no social media. There was no other means of getting information except for reading and
yeah.
talking to people who had lived experiences. And then in terms of social media, the most sophisticated aspects of social media have only emerged in the last 5 to 7 years. These types of systemic behaviors have been going on since the inception and prior to the inception of Israel.
You're right about. First of all, when it comes to books and reading, I mean, there's always the two sides to the story. There's always you don't always see the full picture, even when it comes to even books writing about stories. Especially when it comes to crime, people don't always, especially when people
Is
who
there
have committed
is
crimes
there
and being
any is
attacked.
there any is there anything, Mark, that would shift your position in terms of convincing you that some of the things that are being shared are indeed reality, or are you always going to find out that are you always going to feel that somebody has an agenda that's either driven by propaganda, misinformation, and they just have no idea what they're talking about because Israel is considered to be a good actor according to you?
Again, the reason why I have a problem believing it because again, if I have a logical explanation, I would rather choose a logical, more reasonable explanation rather than the less reasonable. So I do know, I am familiar with so many what's going on in the West Bank and other places. There's so much violence. We don't know. We don't see that, but I do know it is. I know there's so much violence coming from the Palestinian end on a daily basis. So this is so
Mark,
if again if I see attacks from the IDF or Israeli police towards the Palestinians, I would assume that it's usually a reaction to uh, T activity or reaction to violence coming from the Palestinians because I know it does exist and it's very prevalent. It is extremely prevalent actually. So
Mark,
I would rather take the reasonable explanation above some kind of a vicious kind of approach, a some kind of again evil kind of a group that's trying simply to hurt other people.
okay, Mark, question. You know the story I just told you?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you know what was my reaction after that story?
Okay.
Okay, my reaction was that I gathered a lot of my youngster friends like me, and we went on a rooftop of a building. We got that little stove, and we boiled oil, and we waited for a Israeli tank to pass by, and we dumped the oil on them. And another time, that is when parents took me to the south of Lebanon, I've seen a group of Israeli soldiers going to a field, and I had some firework. We fired the firework on the field, and we lit it on fire. Was that justified from me or no?
Oh, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
Again, let me ask you, what have you accomplished by doing it?
What is it?
What have you accomplished?
What have I accomplished? I boiled
Yeah.
oil and I threw it on soldiers that I believe if they're still alive today, they still have the marks. Like I still have the
Well,
marks.
let me ask you.
And yeah,
Let me ask you. What happens if you fold? You know what? I think. Have you thought about the possibility that the IDF will react to that towards you?
I didn't care if they react. I really didn't care.
Why not?
I didn't care if they even shot me or unalived me.
Why
I
wouldn't
di-
you care about that?
because I was a child. Like this child in Palestine that is throwing rocks.
How old were you then?
I didn't care. I just didn't care. I know
When
I
you threw
was,
the, how old
yeah,
were you then when you poured the oil in the IDF?
9 years old.
9 years old.
Yep. Was
Hey,
I just was that justified or no?
Mark,
To be honest, the revenge. Again, you may call it. You may
But remember, they
make
were
it.
in Lebanon. I wasn't in Jerusalem or wasn't in Israel. They were in Lebanon. They invaded my country. They slapped me, and I retaliated.
You know, but from a kid's perspective, you may be justified. But the problem is, it's basically what you're causing by doing it is a vicious cycle. Then.
But we were
Which,
able, by my action and other people's actions, we were able to drive Israel out of Lebanon.
but let me ask you another question. If let's say the IDF attacks you because of it,
Hmm.
what would that be justified?
No, it wouldn't be,
Why not?
because occupiers don't have the right to defend themselves. I
Again,
have the
but
right.
they're being attacked. At the moment, they're being attacked.
But
They want to protect themselves.
they don't have the right to defend themselves. They're occupiers. That's international law. I'm the
Again, at the moment.
occupied. I'm the occupied. Anything I do, it was justified. Any means of resistance, it was justified.
But at the moment, they're protecting their life, basically. They're protecting their own life, basically. They protect themselves.
Absolutely. They're trying to protect their life, but they're the aggressors. So they, no matter
You're
what
right.
they do, they are on the wrong side of the building.
So in such a case, they have to basically wait and basically not react to you because you
I didn't
consider
say
them as.
I didn't say if they react or they don't react. I was asking they was my actions, were they
I know.
justified or not in your
Yeah, but
beliefs?
again, the problem is there's many stories similar to your story. Kids,
Hmm.
doing these things, and they're being attacked by the IDF, and then later on, the IDF is being blamed. Why is the IDF attacking,
Because they're
children,
occupying. You occupy, you
kids?
get resistance.
But it's again, so you actually basically saying what I said before. There's a lot of. Would you agree that the Palestinian kids, not just kids, actually adults,
Mhm.
do these kind of activities on a daily basis?
I justify everything they do.
There you go. There you go.
Anything they do to me. Listen, I went through it. Why would I be hypocritical, justify it for myself
Yes.
and deny it for the Palestinians? Why would I?
Yeah, all I said before is typically the IDF, the Israeli police would react when they attack civilians. They usually react to a some kind of an attack. So in that, it's usually by law, it's usually justified. That's all. That's all I say.
can
No.
I
It's
jump
usually
in for 1 second, guys? This is
yeah.
important to hear. So we have a Mark again. I understand that you have a pretty firm belief that there's a justification for the various actions. There's some rational reason why they occur. I think that's your point of view.
Yeah.
So what I'd like to ask you is, there is a growing number of Israeli soldiers who have participated in some of what they call systemic actions of the IDF in the occupied territories. The group is called Breaking the Silence. Now, do you believe that those who are testifying to what they now see as immoral acts that they were performing on a routine basis, as were their colleagues in occupied, West Bank, East Jerusalem, etc., do you discount their stories and say that they're somehow just sour grapes or self-hating Jews or some other sort of disparaging comment? And if you do accept their testimony, how do you reconcile what they're saying with the claims you're making about objectivity and reason?
Again, I wouldn't deny what he said. Again, I don't. Again, why the IDF would choose to do these kind of attacks on specific, again, I don't know the full story. To be honest, I don't know the full context of things.
You're not sure?
And
You don't know the group Breaking the Silence? You never heard of them?
I do. I've heard about them. Yeah, I've heard. I don't know. And again, I don't know. I don't know if I could trust them. Basically, I don't know what agenda they have. Basically.
What would it be about their choice to come forward and speak that you wouldn't trust?
Again, I don't know about their agenda. They may be leftists. They may be we have many Jews are actually,
So,
leftist approach and have an agenda. Like the B'Tselem movement and other
okay,
movements
so
that have an
okay, so
agenda.
there's politics, right? So is it possible? I can only ask you about possibilities. Earlier you said it's unlikely. Is it possible that the members of the IDF that are no longer current IDF members, that their conscience is playing a role in their decision, not their politics, not whether they vote for Likud or other parties in the Knesset, but their conscience has nagged at them given what they actually did. At one time, they were told it was necessary for the maintenance of security and the protection of their people. But in looking back at what they did, including pilots who have dropped bombs on civilian areas and soldiers who have gone into homes in the middle of the night and forced the father to disrobe in front of his family, his wife and kids, and have used their homes as observation bases, fire bases. And instead of leaving the home to move, they break holes between the walls of the adjacent homes and go through multiple families' homes as they do whatever they choose to do. And they do that not because it's necessary, they do it because they can. And if you listen to their stories and you listen to what their commanders said to them, as they've testified to, they're told that it's necessary for them to maintain a certain level of fear in the minds of Palestinians so they can control them.
Again, you talk about rotten apples. You may have rotten, commanders as well.
It's
It is possible.
widespread.
It is possible.
This is
But
not
I
an
don't think.
occasional occurrence.
I don't know. I don't know if it's a widespread, kind of approach. I don't know.
Do you
I don't know.
understand the meaning, Mark? Do you understand what standard practice means?
I do know. I don't know what that means.
Okay,
But do
so
we have evidence that
here's my
actually,
question. If it were standard practice that these things go on more than they don't in terms of the permission, including snipers that are allowed and given the authority to shoot at Palestinian protesters who are doing nothing more than carrying a Palestinian flag and hanging out with their kids, not throwing rocks, just participating in a right of return protest in the West Bank, hundreds and hundreds of meters from any border fence and soldiers. And then they're shot in the head, in the shoulder, in the groin, in the kneecaps, permanently disabling them or killing them. And it happens routinely. It's not a couple bad apples. This happens over and over and over again and has for decades. Then the question comes down to, Mark, how can you just chalk this up to, oh, I don't know, I'm not really sure. And listen, the work that I've done to determine this is not something that I just want to make up because I want to make Israel look bad. I wouldn't take a position I take unless the evidence pointed to making the claims that I make and sharing the stories that I've read and understood. This is the problem. And again, I know it's hard to take this in because it sounds like unjustifiable behavior that's probably perpetrated by a certain rogue numbers, and it's not indicative of a wider thing. And why would it from your objective view? Why would they do it? What's the point? The point is to terrorize them and to create an environment in which they feel like they have no power and no control and no life other than what Israel chooses to allow them to have.
Again, I'm not a military expert. I'm not a
You don't need to be. You don't need to be an
no, no.
expert, Mark, to look at
When
reality.
when it comes to tactics, especially if you have a group, you have a whole large demographic that is full of hate, full of animosity, and at any moment they could actually explode and attack you. What tactics you have to use in order to prevent it? I'm not an expert about it, so I don't
Mark,
know what means you have to take to gate.
do you believe the sky is blue?
Yes, I do.
Okay, we're getting somewhere then. Okay, so here's my question for you, Mark. And again, I'm just going to ask you this straight up. This is something that I share with plenty of people who tend to take the line that you're taking, which is, albeit very frustrating, because you seem to always dismiss and try to marginalize the points being raised as they must be somehow explainable. Okay, you can take that point of view. So I want to give you an opportunity. Don't listen to me. You might think I'm some slanted, biased guy from the military who just has it in for Israel. Forget about me. There's a great, who I believe a very strong, young American Jewish woman who was told some of the things that I'm sharing with you right now, very similar type of allegations, and she didn't believe them. She grew up in a very pro-Israel, very pro-Zionist household, which many people do, and she was told that the army does what they have to maintain security, nothing more, and any instances that do happen are just anomalies or bad apples, just like you're saying. And then, so she went to see for herself. Her friends challenged her and said, Anna, don't take our word for it. Go see for yourself. Next time you travel to Israel, just go to the occupied territories. So she went with an aid group to Ramallah for 5 months. And she lived in a Palestinian home. And she just literally opened her eyeballs and watched what was happening. No programming, no indoctrination, no Hamas, no PLO, none of that stuff. And then she came back and shared her experience. Would you be willing to look at what she observed, or is that something you're going to dismiss?
No, I will look at it.
Okay,
I
the
would.
documentary, for people like Mark and others who are curious to see if I'm completely just pulling this stuff out of my ass, and if everybody else here that's talking about it is making it up, it's called Life in Occupied Palestine by Anna Baltzer. It's free to watch on YouTube. I think it'll be very illuminating for people who see it, that this isn't just a one-off thing that's accidental or rogue. It is systemic practice. It's common practice. And that's where I draw the line. If it was just one-off, okay, whatever. A few bad soldiers, okay, it happens. Every military has crazies that do crazy shit. This is standard operating procedure as a part of a larger effort to make the lives of Palestinians as miserable as humanly possible and to show the power dynamic that they hold over them. And there's so many things that I could go through. We'd be here till midnight, which is another 2 hours and 50 minutes. To delineate what they are and the impact that they have on the lives of these people. Most of which I believe, and if I were an advocate for Israel, which I'm not because of what they do, but if I were, I would say they're unnecessary for Israeli security and they're counterproductive because they enrage and anger people to the extent where they're humiliated and marginalized and physically and violently assaulted and worse, that it's just unimaginable living like that. And why would anybody want to treat somebody who treats them that way in a peaceful manner? So I invite you to do that, Mark. Here's what I'd like to do. I've shared this with maybe 2 or 3 dozen people who have shared your type of commentary on my lives. Not a one of them have watched it. I've watched tons of hours of videos they've sent me and tried to take in the information they sent me to show that what their point of view is I always comment back and say, I watched this. This is what I saw. This is what I believe. That's called being considerate and thorough and intellectually open. But no one person has ever taken the time to watch this documentary, which is about 44 minutes long. Can you be the first maybe and come on back and tell us your experience?
I have no problem watching it. My question is,
Yeah.
when it comes to protect your own civilians, when it comes to the priority number one from any government should be to protect their own civilians. If you have a neighboring enemy, part of how you deal with a neighboring enemy, one of the methods you use is to create some kind of deterrent, right? They should not attack. They should, especially if they are known to constantly attack you. Is it possible that the idea of using some kind of methods to keep the deterrent going, basically has some kind of method in order to stop the violence, the constant violence?
Yeah, it's called repeated commission of war crimes. That's the methodology. The point is, Mark, is that it may be understandable and rational under the policy of protecting Israeli interests in perpetuity, but every international norm that most countries abide by are violated when Israel chooses to take on these behaviors. It may aid into the long-term benefit of Israel. Okay, fair enough. But is it generally considered to be humane and acceptable, given that most human beings are not militarized and militant? I'm assuming you aren't. I don't have an M16 or an AR-15 in my house. I don't go around and terrorize people because I have nothing better to do. I don't hate anybody. Most people are just like me and you. I'm assuming you don't either, right?
Right.
So why should I be terrorized by an invading and occupying army just because I'm a member of the society among which there are a few and far between militants?
Well, let me ask you.
So let's say, do us a favor, Mark. Listen, do us a favor. If you think the documentary is unreasonable or unfair,
okay, I'll watch it.
I will bring you back and we'll watch it together, and you can go point by point, letter by letter, what you think is unfair, unreasonable, and not factually correct. Is that fair?
Okay, we'll do.
Is that fair? Let's do that. I want to welcome you back. First of all, Mark, thanks for being here tonight and sharing your point of view. You're a good sport, and we're going to let a few other people in. You're welcome to stay if you want, but we have 4 more people, and I may drop a couple others too. So thanks for being here, Mark.
No problem. Thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate you very much. Okay, we'll see where that takes us. I think that's a fair way to proceed. And if Mark has, and by the way, Mark, just for your knowledge, if you have some things that you think might help me better understand the points that you're trying to point out, please send them to me. I think that's only fair. My email address, if you can send the links, is chipbarnesonline@gmail.com. And you would be the very first person ever in the history of my exchanges with people through TikTok to ever actually follow through and watch it. So I would be very impressed and very grateful for you doing so. And I don't expect you to change your mind, but I hopefully it'll let you see some of the reasons why people say the things that people like us are saying here. We're not making it up, and I wish it weren't happening because it's pretty brutal to live under those circumstances. Okay, we have a few more guests that haven't had a chance. Let me see if there's anybody here who wants to speak that hasn't spoken yet. I think everybody here, Brenda hasn't had a chance yet.
Yeah.
Brenda, how are you doing?
Hi, Chip. Good evening. So I had a question. It was Mark. Is he Jewish American? I didn't catch that beginning part of the live.
I believe he's Jewish, but I think he's a supporter of Israel. I don't know where he's from, though.
Okay. Well, it's just really interesting to me. Similarly to you, I'm not Jewish, nor am I Muslim, and I think it's just one of the things that's really interesting to me when observing, this back and forth is, the cognitive dissonance. And I think, if for those people who don't know what that is and, are not pro-Israel, I would highly suggest that you look that up because it's a very relevant term to all of this. And I think the cognitive dissonance that is just preventing people from being able to really see what's going on or to be able to even push back on anything that doesn't make any sense, right? Because we always start pushing back on the things that don't make sense. And so I think one of the things that's interesting to me is the idea of, anti-Semitism is the main reason for why what's happening in Palestine. And so I did a little bit of research to see, like in the U.S.
Hold that thought. I want to give people one quick example of a great example of cognitive dissonance. Most of us love animals, dogs, cats, whatever your thing is, okay? I love all animals. But we were brought up to eat meat. And so on the one hand, you're connecting with certain beings in terms of friendliness and kindness, but you relegate a whole nother group of animals, goats, pigs, sheep, whatever you eat, to a different category. Yet if you were faced with that animal face to face and you had to do it or deal with it, you'd be like, well, this is a nice creature. I love it. But I also like the familiarity and the community and the rituals and the flavor. That's cognitive dissonance. Go ahead, Brenda. Sorry about that.
That is my favorite example because I, like you, do not eat animal products myself. So, the main argument is always anti-Semitism. That's the biggest argument, right? And, I've talked a lot about this. And so, the question is, why aren't, Jews being unalived left and right all over the world outside of Israel? And so then it got me thinking, I'm like, wait, has that been the case? And then I'm looking at the Jewish Virtual Library, .org, and they have 20 since 1999. There have been, unfortunately, 20 Jews that have been unalived, in the US. And most of them have been unalived by neo-Nazis and white supremacists, because it does say on here. So, if you think about that, isn't the fear anti-Semitism? So why aren't more Jews being unalived outside of Israel? If the H group's objective is to eliminate all Jews, why wouldn't it make sense to have a lot more of these attacks outside of Israel? So, if you think about it, most of what's happening is in Palestine for the particular reason that it has nothing to do with religion. I think these are some points that, cognitive dissonance doesn't allow people to see that. And another thing, I was thinking about the comparison between the Red Scare and how Jews live in Israel, or Israelis live in Israel. Because if we think about, our parents lived during the communist Red Scare, and people had these crazy bunkers, right? And people were constantly in fear of the communists and that there was going to be a nuke attack and all of this stuff. And so that lasted for how long, right? So let's think about if that had lasted for 75 years in the United States. Like Americans would have revolted against the government because we would have been like at some point, because they were obviously always blaming, you know, like, oh, you have to be scared of the communists. They're the ones that are trying to attack you. But it gets to a certain point where like, wait a minute. So I'm trusting you with my safety, and it's been 75 plus years, and you still haven't provided me the safety. And you keep telling me that it's because of those other people and those other people. Well, you know, like I think at some point you have to start questioning that, because it's like, you know, it doesn't make sense that Israel is not able to provide this safety for the people of Israel. And it's because that's not what their actual goal is. Their goal is not to keep people safe. And a lot of Jews are making the argument now that Israel is making, you know, Jews a lot more unsafe, and it's not keeping Jews safe. The other thing I wanted to bring up about the World Food Kitchen, so they keep saying that it was a mistake, right? It was a terrible, terrible mistake. So my question is, you know, with the technology that we have nowadays, aren't we concerned if we're going to say, yes, oh my gosh, it was a terrible mistake, you know, that they made? Like, shouldn't that raise some red flags? It's like, wait a minute, what kind of people are running the show? Because like, you're making huge mistakes. And it's like, that's where our money is going, to making these big mistakes. You know, like that's what we're spending our billions and billions of dollars. And the US sends this aid without any conditioning. So they don't even analyze. And John Kirby's been asked so many times, like, is there any sort of analysis that goes on about, you know, how our weapons are being utilized, how our money is being used? And they always say no, they don't have any conditioning for this. So it's like they always say they're, like you said before, they always say they're going to investigate, but they don't end up investigating. And, you know, that's the point about, and this is something that was brought up earlier, the point about investigating is that when it comes to Israel, there's always going to be an investigation pending that they never end up doing, or gets disregarded, or just, you know, on a low profile. But when it comes to Palestinians and everybody else, there's never an investigation, and it's automatically an assumption of guilt, right? There's always a presumption of guilt immediately when it comes to Palestinians. And I think that's another point of cognitive dissonance that we need to look at, because the reason I asked about Mark, about whether he's you know, an American Jew, is because I think one of the main issues with not seeing Palestinians as being oppressed is because there's a lot of like racist deconstruction that hasn't gone on in this situation. You know, we're not seeing the parallels between the oppression of other people as they have existed in the U.S. and in other countries, Western countries, because if they don't think, a lot of people in the United States don't think that, you know, they had anything to do with slavery, they should be over it by now. You know, the same thing for the indigenous people of the Americas, they should be over it by now. It was a long time ago, but not assuming any sort of responsibility, and that not deconstructing those prejudices and that racism, it's what's preventing them as well from not being able to deconstruct that, you know, what's actually happening to Palestinians, where it's like you always believe Israelis, but you never believe Palestinians, the same way we believe all the, you know, the rape that happened on October 7th, but we don't believe what's happening to Palestinian women, and all the attacks that has happened on them. It's like, why is that? Because that racist deconstruction hasn't been on. We believe Israelis, but we don't believe Palestinians. And that's something, again, another point of huge cognitive dissonance that just hasn't gone on. And, you know, it's such a tricky situation, because it's such a long period of time in which this is going on now. And I think a lot of us are just getting, you know, it's very traumatic. It's traumatic. You know, obviously it's the most traumatic for Palestinians, but I think it's also very traumatic for all of us. Cause yeah, that was it. That was my thought, Chad.
Thanks, Brenda. Real quick, we're gonna go to Avi Sweets next, but before we do, I have a quick favor to ask of everybody. We're gonna take about a 1 minute little hiatus here. First, I'm preparing some meal. I haven't eaten yet, so I'm gonna let more of the panel go. But I also want to ask everybody, if you could just please tap. I'm gonna do it myself too. Tap on my face. Let's get us up to at least 85, or let's get up to 90K on the likes, please. I'm not making pancakes. I'm making tiki masala chickpeas with some zucchini and onions. Typical meal for me. I don't eat animals, so this is what I eat. because the cognitive dissonance with animals got the better of me. I was proclaiming to be an animal lover, but I was eating them. I was like, what's wrong with me? So I stopped. But I do miss it. I mean, I do like the taste, but anyway, if everybody could please do that. Let's go about another 30 seconds, get the lights up. We're getting there close. Good job, everybody. Thank you for doing it. I'm doing it too. Yeah, Strive. Hey, Strive Forward. Yeah, I tell you, my diet's not perfect. I do have a little butter once in a while. I'm not a total vegan, but I'm close. It's the best I can do, but much better than I used to. Okay. Avi, I want to, by the way, Avi's very strong-minded. I don't want Avi to catch any heat. I respect Avi and I want to hear his point of view. And so please don't make any negative comments, and guests, please don't interrupt. Avi, the floor is yours.
Hi, how are you doing? I wish Mark was here because I want to answer him some stuff, but never mind. But if Mark is hearing me, so Mark, don't let when you see about stories about women in Ramallah, how bad life they have, they're absolutely right. If you see the movie and you see other movie about the miserable life in the West Bank or the Palestinians have, it's absolutely bad. But you have to, you have to think what happened to the German people in when the Allies come into Germany. They have a good life. So it's not about the Palestinian people. It's about the leaders, So of course they have a miserable life. In Syria, they also have a miserable life. Not because the Syrians are bad people, because the leaders, So when the leaders have decided they were starting in 1948 to reject the small little Jewish state and start a war, so there was the Nakba and a lot of Palestinians lost their homes and stuff like this. Not because the Palestinians are bad, because the leaders, not even their leaders, the leaders of the other 5 countries that want to take this land. So they decided for the Palestinians what's going to be with the land. You really don't think that the Jordanian and the Iraqis and the Lebanese want to take the land of the Palestine, what's called then, and give it back to the Palestinians. Of course, they didn't think about the Palestinians. They think about their own country. They want to take these lands. So how do I know it? Just obviously because until 1967, West Bank was occupied by Jordan, and Egypt was occupied by Gaza was occupied by Egypt. They didn't think about giving a Palestinian state. They didn't recognize the Palestinian people. So what I'm trying to say that because of their leaders, the second Intifada, what's happened, that because of the decision of Yasser Arafat and after this the age group, they decided to make a boom boom all over my city. Every day, every restaurant was booming, and buses was women putting on the belts. Some people or young boys, 13-year-old boys coming with a belt on the belly. And they go inside the buses on my city and take 30, 40 people unaliving. It's not that the Palestinians, they just telling those young babies, oh, you didn't have sex yet? So you take a 72 virgin if you go in and unalive some Jewish people in Israel. So they make those stuff, and Israel have to go inside the West Bank all the time and make this blockades and stopping cars and searching. Of course, it's not a good life. Any movie you're going to see, it's not this movie you're going to see. It's not a lying movie. They're absolutely right, because what the leaders make to the Palestinian people, even in Gaza right now, what's happening, if the age group will really think about the Palestinian people, if the age group was really thinking about the Palestinian people, they was building, instead of 600 kilometers of shelters for them, or bunkers or tunnels, they make 300 tunnels for the age group members with thousands of dollars in concrete, millions of dollars, and 300 kilometers for shelters for the Palestinian people, the poor Palestinians who have nothing to go. In Israel, every city have, even if they don't have a safe room in the house, the government put, in the street some concrete. You can hide in the concrete, and not concrete, concrete you can hide it between. So even the age group could be, even no tunnels, even just a safe zones, inside any street, because they make this operation for a long time. It's for a long time. 600 kilometers were built for 10, 15 years. So they're taking just a little bit of this money to protect their own citizen. So what I'm saying is not about the citizen, it's about the leadership. The leadership taking,
Okay,
see what's happened now to Gaza. They're
let's do
taking
this.
them to hell.
So I think if I understand your point correctly, all right, let's do this, Avi. So Avi's point is that the security interests of Israel, because of the previous transgressions, what they perceive to be tea attacks on cafes, buses, etc., that the significance of that to protect their society, they were sort of forced into having to implement this more pervasive version of control in the West Bank. And in terms of Gaza, he believes that a lot of the funds that could have otherwise benefited Palestinian society, development benefit for the people, have been diverted either to the T group for their tunnels or siphoned off by leaders or what. And it's a fault of the leadership that the reason why the people suffer because of the actions they're directing at Israel, not Israel's fault. They're just responding to these actions. That's Avi's point. Does anybody have a different viewpoint they want to put up against what Avi said? Maybe somebody knew Amacho or Benjamin? Or if you want WF, yeah, if you want to go too, that's fine.
Avi, how you doing, my friend?
Let's be respectful, though. No personal attacks. Just to be
No, very, very respectful. He can open the mic because it's gonna be on and off.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah. So the whole thing started in 1948, where the Arab country attacked Israel, right? That's what you said.
No, this is what happened. This is what I was saying.
Yeah, that's what you said. It happened. So let me ask you a
Yeah,
question. Since 1948 until today, did the Palestinians ever stop resisting the occupation?
what occupation? 67 or 48? Which one? Which occupation you call?
Whatever occupation it is. 67, 48,
48 wasn't occupation. It was UN resolution, so it wasn't any occupation. It was UN resolution about two states, and it wasn't any occupation. They started a war without occupation.
Okay, but who is the United Nations to take someone's land and give it to someone else?
It was the British mandate. It wasn't any other land. If you don't know the history,
who are the British to take someone's land and give it to someone else?
they bring the Hashemi kingdom to Saudi Arabia, to Jordan, to Lebanon. There wasn't any countries around. If you know the history, they just give the lands, But in our case, they take to the UN resolution. They didn't give the land.
Okay, so Jerusalem is after 1967, right?
The East Jerusalem, yeah. West Jerusalem before.
So that is considered occupied territory according to international law.
I call it disputed land because it was occupied from Jordan, not from the Palestinians. The Jordan didn't give a land to the Palestinians.
Because it was disputed, you took it over and you put your rules on it. So, but that is...
It wasn't belong to Israel, not yet.
Not yet, okay.
No, it wasn't. Now it's not belong to Israel. It's disputed land. Yes.
Okay. So that says it's occupied land.
I call it disputed. Yeah, you can call it occupied, whatever. It's occupied from Jordan.
According to international law, that is considered occupied land. That's legally speaking.
From Jordan, not from Palestine. From Jordan.
Legally speaking, it's occupied land.
From Jordan.
So, yeah, when you occupy land, the occupied, according to international law, have every means of resistance. Violent.
By who? By who?
By the occupied.
No, but it was Jordan. Jordan don't resist. It was occupied from Jordan.
Jordan was established in 1946.
Yeah.
Okay. So
okay.
How was it?
Israel occupied in 67 from Jordan. So the Jordanians don't resist. I don't understand you.
Palestinians lived on that land, correct? That belonged to
Jordan,
like you say.
The local Arab people. After this, they call Palestinians later. Yeah.
Exactly.
The Arab population.
So you occupied the Jordanian, what you call Jordanian land that Palestinians lived on.
Yeah. Arab people living there. Yeah.
That gives them the right to resist. So everything you just mentioned, buses, stabbing, and all of that, it's considered under international law resistance. So how
No,
can you?
no. Even the word resist by international law, it could be resist to the army, but not to unalive civilians and boom suicides bombers and all this stuff.
It's your responsibility to not put civilians in a disputed land. And if you put civilians in a disputed land, that means you're putting your own citizen in a harm's way. So that is a if they're getting unalived, that is the responsibility of the Israeli government.
So let me ask you: if Israeli took all the civilians, the Jewish civilians, if Israel take all the civilians from the West Bank, so you agree to two-state solution?
I don't agree with the two-state
So
solution.
okay, so you don't care about these settlers or not settlers. You don't accept the Israeli state at all. So why are you talking about the occupation, not occupation? You don't accept us in this area anyway.
No, I don't accept it, and I would never.
So why you care about settlers, not settlers? It's not the problem.
I would welcome my Jewish cousins to Palestine, but I would not accept.
You didn't welcome any Jewish. There was even the Orthodox was butchers in Hebron city, if you know.
Hebron city. Do you know what happened in Hebron city? The
massacre. Yeah, no, of course. The neighbors. I know people who grandfather.
Tell me about it. If you know what happened.
There was the Jewish Orthodox, not Zionist, no nothing, who lived thousands of years in Hebron. I even see the Jewish culture in Hebron. And one of those days, the neighbors, the Palestinian neighbors, then they didn't call Palestinians, they called just Arabs, who lived the neighbors that took knives and butchered them all of them. There was maybe few survivors, but they butchered them. The neighbors to come with a knife and butchered them all.
What was the reason behind it?
You don't need the reason to butcher babies.
It was. I don't recognize anything.
Why is the reason to butcher babies? The Orthodox, not Zionists. They were living for thousands of years.
You can't prove butcher babies. It was a financial.
Oh, they analyzed them all. Nothing left.
It was financial dispute between families. That wasn't between the Arabs and the Jews. There was a dispute about a business deal gone wrong between an Arab family and some of the Jews. And then they went.
So even the poor Palestinians usually don't say, they just say, it's a mistake, it was a mistake. But it's the first time somebody say a funny thing like you say, it was dispute. You unalive all the Jewish population because dispute. Come on, are you joking?
I'm not saying it was a mistake. What I'm saying is that was a dispute between two families, two people that live in the same.
So this is why they butchers all the Jewish people in Hebron.
What do you mean all the Jewish?
All of them. One or two people just was escaping.
How many?
You know that there's one of people, the only survivors. All the children.
Chip, you're muted.
I want to get some other people in. You guys, I'm happy to have the back and forth, but we need to let some other guests come on. So maybe finish up the next 30 seconds. We got to let WF and then Benjamin.
In that 30 seconds, by admitting that the territory West Jerusalem was occupied, he justified the resistance of the Palestinians in that land. I rest my case. Justified.
Sorry, WF, what do you think?
Thank you very much for having the opportunity to speak. I think the Islamic fundamentalists and the Jewish fundamentalists are creating havoc for the world. But it's more so than anything Iran. And I'll give you an example. Assad, who's a dictator, his father was a dictator, has made life miserable in Syria for 100 years of family rule. And there was a civil war. primarily as a result of, you got to understand Islamic religion and the fact that there's two sects primarily. There's the Shia and there's the Sunni, and there's people like the Kurds that were slaughtered. I mean, you talk about slaughter. Palestine, or I should say the Gaza Strip, was meaningless next to the slaughter in Syria by Hezbollah, Hamas, Iran, and Russia. They killed 600,000 civilians, mostly women and children, in hospitals, in their homes, in schools. They indiscriminately bombed the hell out of it.
Chip, I just have to go to sleep. I just want to tell you thank you very much and good night. And WR, just want to tell you, when Muslim kill Muslim is not, doesn't matter. That nobody care about it.
Okay, so I'm going to state the facts so that you know, because I believe in facts. I don't believe in rhetoric. I don't believe in.
Real quick, Doug, can you just clarify when you said that the H group and Hezbollah were the ones responsible for unaliving civilians? Can you clarify what your references are? Because my understanding is it was a variety of different jihadist groups that were much more disparate than just the two you mentioned.
No, I said multiple. I said Hamas and Hezbollah were part of the formation. It was primarily driven by Iran, and they brought in Russia for air support. And Iran, Hamas and Hezbollah and Iran are ultimately the same thing. They're foreign legions for the Iranian theology. And their attempt is strictly to create havoc. And it dates back many years, but it came to a head where peace was avoided in the late 90s under Clinton by Iran formulating a strategy of bombing the cities, Tel Aviv, so that people that are moderates and liberals were defeated in their purpose in Israel from making peace with the Arabs under the Oslo Accords, and so that the right-wingers could take control. And ultimately, Rabin lost his life over it. So Iran is a instigator. Iran is the opposite of the American interests. Whether it's Israeli interests or otherwise, they are our nemesis. They utilize their oil revenue to drive a complete mess of the Middle East, whether it's Syria, whether it's Egypt, whether it's Jordan. They create havoc and terrorism everywhere. And they do it for a purpose. And that is to, they call us infidels, anybody that's not Islamic. And it won't end just, by the way, in the Middle East. It will happen in Europe. It will happen in the United States. They have this fundamentalist agenda that wants to convert everybody to their control. And Israel's been under attack since 1947, from the day their inception, the day after, by 8 nations. But now it was a different reasoning behind it. And by the way, there were 1 million Jews. People make the misconception that Israel is all European. More than half of that population are Arab descent. And more than 1 million were displaced at the Arab capitals to Israel because they were forced out. And 99.8% of that population is gone in those Arab states. There's only a few hundred left, or a couple thousand, across all of the Middle East. And they were forced out by force and murder.
And real quick, did the Iranian embassy in Syria jump out of the ground and hit the missile that Israel had hovering overhead?
That was a beautiful hit.
That was my next question.
So the hit in Syria took out.
One sec. So again, you made a lot of allegations. I always want to give somebody a chance. You've said a lot of things. Most people in the chat don't agree with the things you're saying, and I'm not saying you're right or wrong, but I'm saying that in most of the larger political thinkers that I follow probably 30 of them. Nobody concurs with your analysis that you just shared here tonight. But again, you could hold on. You could be uniquely qualified and maybe have insights that the rest of us just don't see. But is it possible? This is a fair question to ask you. Is it possible that rather than the sort of stimulus response that you're sort of pinning at the foot of the Iranians, is it possible that some of the stimulus that they thrust out into the world are responses to Western aggression and Western hegemony?
All right, so I'll answer all of it. First of all, just by the very nature that you have Iranian generals and Iranian planning officials for war.
Oh, hold on. I just want to have a conversation where we can at least ask each other a simple question. I'm happy to hear the other nuance. Let me repeat it. Is it possible that rather it being Iran calling all the stimulus and everything else as a response, is it possible that some of their stimulus could be a response to Western aggression and hegemony?
I'm going to answer the question.
What's that?
Answer your first question because you had multiple questions. I'm going to answer
No, it was a simple question. I said, your premise, if I understand it correctly, is that the ultimate source of all the consternation is Iranian provocation, that they spread terror, they recruit groups, they use proxies. I mean, I think that's indisputable that they use proxies. But in terms of pinning all the source of all the conflict on them, is it possible, I was asking, is that would some of the things that Iran does not necessarily be instigation, but rather response to Western aggression and hegemony?
I hear you, and I'm going to answer it the way I know how. So when you say that the attack on, it wasn't the embassy, it was the consulate next to the embassy.
I know what it was.
Which housed 6 generals. And thank God.
You.
WR, we can't hear you. If you can get closer
Also,
to the mic.
WR.
Yeah, your connection's shit.
Hold on. I want to make sure W is clear. I'm sorry, I was taking a bite. WR, I'm happy to hear your nuance and other descriptions and other roundabout explanations, but I would first politely ask that you not answer my question with running 15 circles, 15 miles away from the question. But answer the question as straightforward as you can. Do you think honestly that this is solely Iran provocation, that nobody else has anything to do with it? They're just instigators, as you've alleged. Or might some of their things that they do be based on a response to Western hegemony and provocation? That's a very simple question.
Well, those 600,000 dead civilians, Kurds.
Oh man, this again.
Okay, I'm going to say it one more time, WF. I don't want to let you go, but you're just completely avoiding the premise of the question. So you don't have to answer. That's no problem. But I'm not going to keep you up here if you're not going to. You've made a very serious allegation that the Iranians are the source of all the problems. Okay, that may be your point of view. I'm asking you a reasonable question. Is it possible that some of the things the Iranians do to instigate the things that you're pointing at them are not necessarily direct instigations per se, but responses to Western aggression and hegemony?
I can say that people that follow open democracy and not theology, that people have to wear headscarves and follow the Ayatollah, are far better off.
Is that a yes or a no? Just to make it clear, but I don't understand what that was.
Not with your rhetoric, but the truth.
Well, you can. All I'm asking is, you can say no. You can say one of two things. No, I don't believe that it plays a role, or yes, I do. It plays some, and you can then give a description of how you think it may vary or be nuanced. But you don't. You keep avoiding it. Just answer the question, please. It's not. I'm not trying to point you in a corner.
You have the truth. You have an agenda, and that's the problem.
Hold on.
Thank you. Have a nice night.
Oh
yeah,
man.
It's one thing. Listen, it's fair. Answering the question did not say that he agreed with the point of view, the premise of it. He could have said, no, I don't believe that any of the things the West does have a role and influences what Iran does proactively on its own to cause chaos in the world. That's a fair point. Or he could have said something like, maybe so, but I don't agree with their version of it or whatever. But to just keep avoiding it and avoiding it and avoid. The reason I mention that is because I think most people who are reasonable thinkers, and all the intellectuals that I've studied that have talked about this for decades, do believe that their behavior doesn't happen in a vacuum. In fact, much of it is most likely quite justified, even though I don't agree with their theocracy and I don't agree with the way they project some of their power, that it is indeed a response to Western aggression. Let me give you an example. General Soleimani, one of the top figures in entire Iranian society, was assassinated by the Trump administration. That's not Iran poking their problems. You may celebrate that, but that's not them proactively. What did the General Soleimani jump up and hit the drone? I mean, come on. The recent attack that was done on the building adjacent to the embassy that housed these particular leaders, that is an act of provocation. That isn't a provocative act. That is not Iran acting provocatively. That's Israel bombing the Iranian embassy in Syria. I don't know how you can make the argument that it's anything but. You may celebrate it, you may like it, but that's not Iran being provocative. So I think your argument is very slanted based on your perception that the entire world's problems are at the foot of the Iranians. Yes, I agree. The things that have happened to the Kurds are, obviously horrific. Their destruction and the things they've suffered is far greater than numerically others have. But it doesn't change the fact that this is a multifaceted chessboard, and each player has done things that would then elicit responses from the other. I think that's just being fair. How about Allah Bakers or Ray? Who wants to come in next?
I'm ready.
Yeah, go ahead, Ray.
How you doing, Chip? How you doing?
Good, thanks.
First, I want to respond to that because I just came from the mosque. I was praying, and a guy wanted to convert. And one of the things that guy said that, the Muslims want to convert everybody to Islam. The first thing the guy asked, the guy wanted to convert. I swear, and I'm not just saying that. Did somebody force you to become a Muslim? That's the first thing they always like. We have somebody convert almost every day. That's the first question they ask them. Did somebody force you? Did somebody tell you? Did somebody pay you? Did somebody, that means nobody's getting forced. People are coming to Islam because they're just seeking more knowledge, and they're finding out, that all religions are leading to one religion, and they're converting. It's not, nobody's trying to force anybody to become a Muslim. Not that I've been watching for the last 30 years that I see people converting. And second thing, I like the question you asked the guy, about did Iran, there's always, Israel always wants to do something bad and does not want to take responsibility for the reaction of something, of what's going to happen if they do something. And they're used to it. Like you always hear the Zionists, they always come out and say, but look what they're doing in Israel. They're stabbing, but you don't know. You just you maybe just unalived his brother or his mother. You maybe unalived put his brother in jail, or you did something. No, I never heard of a Palestinian. I swear I'm like 50 some years old, and I never heard some Palestinian say, I want to wake up in the morning, I want to go unalive something. Nobody does that. Only people that are getting affected, and this is the only way they can come back. And I mean, everybody that I know wants to live and have a good time and raise their kids and live a good life. Nobody wants to unalive anybody. We just need, I just can't believe the world is watching what's going on, and they're not taking responsibility for what they do. Look what they just, unalive those people from the food thing, and they're like that, but that happens in war. What are you talking about? The day before, you guys were sniping at them. They told you stop sniping at us, and the next day you blow up their cars. You guys do, what they're doing. They can see everything. They just don't want to take, and they got used to doing something like, and I swear to God, I always laugh about it, in a bad way, that every time Israel does something bad, everybody yells, oh, why they did that? But then they do something else bad, and then they forget about the first one, and it just keeps going like that. Every time they do something bad, they just forget about the first one and go to the second one. It just keeps going and going. Israel just needs to, stand up, somebody needs to stand up against them and, put them in their place and, let everybody live a good life like they want to live. We want them to live a good life too, but not to live a good life on the expenses of all the Palestinians. I don't hate Jews. I work in the clothing industry. All my salesmen are Jews, and I love them. We don't hate Jews. We just I would hate a Palestinian if he's trying to take my land or take my house, And thank you for letting me talk.
Yeah, Ray, sure thing. Okay. I think Allah Bakers was next. Great account. And then Dionysus, then great account. Allah Bakers, are you there?
Oh yes, Chip. Hey, good evening.
Good. How you doing?
Finally, I've been like trying to go live. I don't know, I get disconnected.
Yeah,
I go out like and then check in. But thank you for letting me in.
sure.
And good evening for you and for your respectful audience. First of all, I'd like to thank Chip. He's doing amazing job spreading the awareness, saying the truth, sticking to facts. That's amazing, and that's what we want. We need these voices to speak up. I am American from Palestinian root. Live in the USA. I used to live in the Middle East like 15 years ago, and I want to talk like American from another perspective, if you allow me, Chip. Just a big question is always like come to my mind. Why, why USA spend or send billions of dollars to Israel? Why? This is the big question. Like since Israel established in 1948, USA sent $250 billion. Imagine. And lately, on annual base, they send around like 3 point something billion dollar. This is other than the grant, Chip. Like there is something else like the grant, and then they give it to Israel, and this, with that grant they buy from USA weapons. It's like with our money they buy their weapons, which is insane. The other thing nowadays, after it passed, I think the senator, there is HR 815. They want to vote on it very soon. It's $14.1 billion to Israel. So this amount of money, like, I don't know, like it, and they claiming like it's a great investment, as Biden said, in the Middle East to have Israel. But the fact it is not. It is not. It's cost, it's liability, ethical point of view, financial point of view, and from all aspects. Maybe at one point when there was Arabic nationalism, uh, they might did something, but I don't see that anymore. From even from pure perspective, without like including any human aspects in this, like in this point, there is no benefit for sending that money. I just want to also tell the audience, I used to work in the fertility field, like in the medical field in the Middle East more than 15 years ago. And exactly, we used to work on the hormonal therapy for in vitro fertilization for infertile couple. So any couple, they have infertility, they need a procedure called in vitro fertilization, which is, it costs on average back in the days $10,000. And one day, when I was working in the MENA region, I used to study these studies and read a lot about this. And most of the studies has Israel as one of the countries, because these studies should be randomized, double blind, in multi centers. And I asked the director of that product, I told him, like, why Israel in most of the infertility hormonal therapy studies? He said, because the government back in the days, the Israeli government, give each couple in Israel that they are infertile 3 times free IVF cycle, which is it's insane, because IVF cycle, like there is no premium insurance on earth covered, yet in Israel covered. And lately I searched, they still give each couple 2 IVF cycle, and the minimum cost nowadays for each IVF cycle is $15,000. So as American, we send our money there. We don't have health insurance. They have health insurance free. They have free education. We don't have free education. And like not only health insurance, but it's a luxury health insurance, up to the level that each couple infertile in Israel, the government sponsor them or give them 2 IVF cycle for free. So I think this is not fair. American need their money. We need our money for our country. I mean, for loans, for student loans, for infrastructure, for so many things, name it. So it doesn't make any sense to send the money. Now before the current like situation in Gaza, even me, I didn't know that. So I consider what's happening nowadays as a wake-up call for the whole world, especially American people. And I'm glad that Chip talking and spread the word. And even me, from Palestinian root, I'm still learning from Chip. One of the things I learned from Chip is Tantura. I didn't know there is a documentary about Tantura. Tantura is a village in Palestine, and massacre happened. I don't want to mention the word in 1948 in that village, and it was one of hundreds of village that massacre happened back on the days. And it's $7. You can buy it. It's documentary, but you can see that the IDF soldier proudly talking about what they did, which is like insane, honest to God, like going to a village. Anyways, if you wanna like know about it, find this documentary. So yeah, that's my perspective, Chip, is like sending money. Currently there's $14.1 billion for voting HR 815. I recommend everyone to call your officials and tell them to vote no for that. And thank you once again.
Okay. All right, we don't do that young. It's a little below our age group. Okay, I think we have create account and then Dionysus and then unique.
Hi, Chip.
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I want to answer the question that was raised by Ala Baker about what has pays billions of dollars to Israel as a aid and as a free, gifts. Well, very simple, because the Israelis are clever. They donate to the American politicians like peanuts, and they get the big cake out from them. So they sacrifice $100,000, maybe $1 million to each, or it depends on how important the politician is, and in return they make them pass resolutions worth of billions, and so on. That's it. Very simple. I have another thing about the I think the Israeli or Jewish gentleman who was talking about Iran. Well, Iran is a Shia country, and if we will talk about it from a religious point of view, Shia and Sunni don't get along, and to your surprise, the H group and all Palestinians are Sunnis, so it doesn't make sense. It doesn't work here. So his excuse or his reason behind Iran is not valid, because Palestinians are Sunnis. Hezbollah is Shia. Iran is Shia also. So it is not a religious war from his point of view. And what's happening in Syria is the same. It is countries and politicians fighting on the power and the government, like in Syria, like in the other places. And for another example, Turkey is almost a Sunni country, and they are supporting Azerbaijan, which is a Shia majority. And Iran is opposite to Azerbaijan. So it is not a religious war. It is, power and, oil and natural resources. This is my reply. Thanks,
Yeah,
Chip.
yeah, good point. One quick thing to remind the audience, and that is this. You ever heard the phrase, the enemy of my enemy is my friend? So even if the Sunni people don't agree with the Shia people, if they have a common enemy of Israel, they might work together and towards that end. That makes a lot more sense regarding that. But it's always complicated. It's not as simple as A and B or black and white. There's all these little nuances that go on, and nobody gets along all the time. It's imperfect, right? But in general, that's sort of the flavor of it. Okay, I think the next person was going to be, I think it was Unique, and then Dionysus, and then, or was it the other way around? I always forget. And then AA Palestine.
It was the other way around. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Dionysus, thank you for reminding me. Yeah, Dionysus, how you doing?
What's up, Chip? Yeah. I think people can just see for themselves exactly what's going on. Iran has shown pretty good amount of restraint, and Israel's playing a blind assassination game. They opened this game up a while ago, and I'm pretty sure Iran's going to respond in kind as much as it can. People are doubtful that they can have a direct hit on Israel, but they doubted Hamas could enact October 7th military raid on their country. So I just hope that the Zionist entity doesn't use this opportunity to create any false flag situations in the United States. And hopefully if they do, they'll be caught red-handed while they're doing it. Excuse me, sir. People in their loud motorcycles. Almost as annoying as... but yeah, I believe anybody who complains about Iran's response, I'm sure it will be tactical, I'm sure it will be measured, and I'm sure it will be just as equal as Israel's blind assassinations. But anybody who has anything to say about it, I don't find you as a diplomatic person. When things are not equally responded to in kind in the way that Israel's doing it, I mean, it's just like we're past that game. I'm pretty sure the world has seen it for what it is. We just got to play the bureaucratic process of holding people accountable. But I'm pretty sure the days are numbered for Israel to be held accountable pretty shortly.
Yeah, thanks, Dionysus. I think Unique was next. You ready, Unique?
Yes. Good evening. I think what I wanted to mention was there's a lot to talk about. Apparently, a lot of people are making really good points here. With everything that's happened for the last many months and Gaza, I think I haven't heard this from too many people in the lives and everything, but there was a time where there was a lot of hype and a big spotlight on Yemen. And I know that, in the channel, they were like trying to stop the ships and everything. But I used to see videos of all these soldiers marching, like they were all marching to go and help. And I'm really surprised that it's been months and months and there isn't any, anyone like there on the ground to say, hey, it's done. Now you actually can fight an army. So I was wondering if anyone was questioning, like, where was the Yemenis, the Houthis that were supposedly marching over there, that were going to, help or at least get involved, because they were putting their neck out a lot with the ships and everything. So I was just wondering if anyone else was questioning the fact that there haven't been any Houthis showing up to, help this genocide, help end it, or at least fight for people that have a very small rebel alliance that, obviously is looked at as a terrorist organization. So that's what I was kind of questioning. I'm like, where's these other soldiers? Where are the troops? So I just wondering if anyone was questioning where these Houthis were that were supposed to be on their way.
Let's follow the logic there for a second. So let's say they formed, they started to try to move from Yemen, Sana'a, up towards Israel. So how would they get there? They'd probably be on boats, right? The U.S. satellites will be monitoring this from start to finish. What do you think the U.S. military would do if there was a huge troop movement in the Red Sea moving up towards Israel to try to deploy troops? What would they do?
What exactly? I mean, the thing is, I'm just saying, I saw the videos that basically showed a mass amount of troops marching, and I was wondering, why are they not taking a boat or ships or something? And why are they not taking some kind of military transport vehicles? Because walking that distance is going to tire an army out. But I never saw anything after that. It was like this weird.
So I heard something. So apparently the American government made the Houthis an offer saying that if they stop the attacks in the canal and in the sea, that they would take them off the T list. I was wondering the same thing as you, because if that does happen, then the Houthis could legally walk in protected by international law as peacekeepers, and protect the humanitarian aid flow from being attacked like it has been. But the ICJ has obligated any state actor, non-governmental organization, or organization to facilitate in the aid and also peacekeeping process. And peacekeeping is a very particular term in the World Court. It means you can do whatever it takes to protect the civilian population from being attacked.
Then that's a very good point, and I'm sure you're familiar with the movie and also what happened in Rwanda, Hotel Rwanda. And at least, there was UN forces were on the ground, but they didn't stop anything from happening. I'm just wondering, why is not the UN at least down there to monitor things? So, vicious attacks on aid workers doesn't happen, because then you have the, United Nations white hats or whatever color hats they are there to make sure that these atrocities aren't taking place. How come they haven't moved in yet? I mean, no other military is moving in, no other organizations moving in. Why not the UN?
Hold on, guys. Hold on one second.
United States.
Unique, I can answer that for you. If you notice something, this latest war that started on October 7, it was a calculated move, and it was a very cautious move. Although the retaliation, maybe it's more than they expected. They expected retaliation, but I don't think they expected it to be that big. And regarding to the forces around Gaza, now we're talking people in Gaza. Unfortunately, when you talk war, you don't consider, you consider human lives, but at the same time, you see your greater goal in the battle. Okay. That said, you could ask the same question: why is the big H in Lebanon are not moving in? We all know that they're capable of moving in, but you have to look at the cost. Now, the cost is to drag the whole United States, NATO, to support Israel. And if that happens, then the numbers of casualty would be way greater than it's in Gaza right now. So what's happening right now, it's basically a war of exposing, like the leader of the H group in Lebanon, we are fighting a war with points. Who wins with the points, not with the actual ground. And it looks,
exposing the true monsters in this situation.
Not only and exhausting the Israeli army, because Israeli army are exhausted, and once it ends in Gaza, and with no result actually, that is mentally destroying to the whole Zionist state. And that is, I honestly, I expected more to be done from all these people around, because I know they can. But at the same time, especially this war, you cannot be emotional. You have to put your emotion on the side, and you have to look at the things the way they are. The way they are right now, that has been 6 months, the fourth strongest army on earth cannot defeat 2,000 soldiers that are militant in a guerrilla war. That is only has destroyed the idea of Israel has the strongest intelligence in the world, and that is what they were promising all these Arab around them, that we will protect you from the Iranian. Now it showed that they cannot even protect themselves. The weapon efficiency, Israel used to sell Merkava to everybody, and now guy from Gaza that comes out of the tunnel with $150 cost, homemade, is destroying a $26 million tank. So it's the casualty. Obviously, it's ugly, it's horrible, the stuff we're seeing. But if this casualties didn't happen from October 7 until today, and give them 10 years, that would happen quietly and nobody knows about it, like it's been happening for the past 70 years. The difference is what happened on October 7, the H group in Gaza got paid in advance. They got paid in advance. Now, again, the retaliation is ugly. And now you guys need to understand one thing, that Israel cannot, in their mind, cannot, repeat it 3 times, lose the war. Because if officially Israel comes out of the war as a lost cause, it's a lost state, they lose confidence in the state, people start doing counter migration, and it's gonna collapse on its own. So the only way the state of Israel can exist again in the Middle East is to do a complete victory on everybody around it. And this is something impossible. So the Houthis are willing. Listen, I know a lot of Yemeni people. Houthis are very different from all Arab. The Houthis are really the only Arabic tradition, behavior that is still in the Arab world. It's only in Yemen. If you wanna know what a real Arab man is the Yemenis. And with that said, the attack on the Iranian embassy in Syria, that is to provoke the world to come and fight World War III, because this is according to every law. It's a violation of an international law, and it is declaration of war. Now the Iranians are wise. They are not gonna do propaganda, because their people has faith in the government and its ability. Don't forget, almost 50 years that Iran has been under sanctions. They have nanotechnology, and what we do, we get two goats and a sheep. We put them together and we compete which one wins. They are in the moon. They have satellites in the skies. That is, you're talking about a country that been sanctioned in every way possible. With that, when they put the Iranian constitution, they added one thing to the Iranian constitution, is a budget to support the Palestinian resistance. And that was it. It didn't say who's the Palestinian resistance, Shia or Sunni, or we're gonna go free Palestine or no. And there's the guy saying about, I think it was, I don't remember it. He was saying that, look at Iran helping the Sunni in Gaza, and Iran could have, Islamic Jihad is 10 times closer to the Iranian leadership. Why is it the Hamas, but not the people that are really, really close to them? Do you guys know why?
Just land the plane, and we gotta let a couple of guys
Yeah.
in. Please tell us
Yeah.
why.
The why is because the majority of the Palestinian people that in Gaza voted Hamas, and officially they are the representative of that area. So when the Iranian decided to help, they did not go help their friend. They went to the leader, although they don't agree with them in a religion matter or whatever it is when you go to religion. But the action of Iran showed that they went and supported the majority. What are the people of Gaza? What do the people of Gaza want? Hamas represent them, then we support Hamas. That is the whole thing. And they can take it left and right, up and down, and that is the point.
All right, thanks, Federico. So with Truman, is it Truman? I think it's double A Palestine and then Truman, right? I think that's the order.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Mhm.
Hi, sorry, I'm really new to this, so please be patient with me. I did turn off my Bluetooth, but I just and I have a kid who's probably gonna run up and stop me at some
אנטישמית
point.
היא אנטישמית, למטה מלא אנטישמים.
I'm not
Well, you're
sure
welcome to
what
come
that
on, but
is.
not that. Go ahead, please.
All right, so basically, there was a guy earlier who was talking about Iran and you know the lack of freedom in Iran, and you know that's an argument I hear all the time, especially you know after October 7, just to discredit Iran. And I just wanted to bring this up because a lot of people um, probably hear this and you know don't know how to respond to it, but you know the reality is that there is, you know, there is a government in Iran that is, uh, you know, there is lack of freedom. I don't know how to put it. I don't want to call it dictatorship, but I want to also really emphasize on the fact that Iran is extremely unique in so many ways, in the sense that it is the largest Shia country. It has been attacked, you know, by Iraq with kind of a full support of a lot of, you know, Arabic countries in the past, but it has stayed true to the support for Palestine. And I think it doesn't really have roots necessarily in Iran being a Shia or a Sunni country. It has roots in just the fact that the Iranian Revolution was a big movement of freedom from, you know, from the Shah, who was ruling before, and the thing that you know with this guy who came on earlier is just the hypocrisy, the propaganda, the brainwashing, and the fact that you know people like this, they already have their answers ready to go because they've been instructed to say so, because they you know they're brainwashed and they just have this rhetoric that they keep repeating. So countries like Iran actually had, before the Iranian Revolution, had democratically elected politicians and prime ministers, and such as Iran, Syria, Iraq, Libya. We know that for a fact now, that you know they've had you know democratically elected politicians and leaders that were overthrown by the West. So who started the fire? Who is guilty, if you want to go back to the roots and start pointing fingers at Iran? So Iran could have been better off. Iran could have had a regime in charge that was, you know, and the Iranian, you know, revolution, the Islamic Republic was actually much more. It was a much more free country when it initially happened in 1979, but because of all the you know interference of the West, and because of all the terror, and because of all the truly the Western terrorism, it had to choose this dictatorship as the only way to rule, because we see in those countries, in those Middle Eastern countries such as Iraq, Syria, the only option remains dictatorship, because you know the democracy in the definition that you know we believe in is just not sustainable in many ways. And you know, so back to that guy. I wish he was on and he could hear this, but you know, he needs to go and really take this, you know, this, just rid himself of the brainwashing and look at the root of the problem. Just like Chip, you asked him the question he wasn't able to answer. Who started it? Who has made that system be in place? So I think it's really important, because yes, I am upset because the Iranian regime has its dictatorship, because of women's rights. It's true, but still you have to put it in context, and you have to see what Iran has been against. The sanctions that have been on the Iranians, on the people. The fact that Israel has tried, Zionism has done every terrorist activity in Iran, including propaganda, including just all kinds of nasty things. That's just what they do with the support of America. So until America gets, and the West gets its hands out of other countries' affairs and really stops being the demon, there is little hope for the people. And I think at this point, with what Israel is doing, we have no doubt the only way to get rid of this. I mean, people talk about one-state solution, two-state solution. I say it's going to come down to, Israel's going to just annihilate those people, and the UN and everything. They're just puppets. I think all of it, ICC, all of it. I look at it. If United States has the right to veto, it means UN is nothing, and we can't have hope in the white hats or whatever to go and rescue the Palestinian people. And if the Arabic countries are not doing anything, and nobody's really doing anything, I think the only solution is not solution, but the only eventual result is going to be a World War III. That would be, and whatever is needed Zionism has to be eradicated. It is the cancer, and we all agree on that. But please, when I hear discussions about, diplomacy with Israel or what happened in the past, we all know Israel is, has committed crimes that are beyond anything that you can imagine, literally, beyond any dictatorship in the history, and it's demonic, and it's just got to be eradicated. So going back and trying to think of what is going to solve the problem, the only thing that can solve the problem is going to be getting the world uniting against United States and Israel and this Zionism, and just ridding the world of it. And I can't imagine, unfortunately, as sad as it sounds, I can't imagine any way other than a World War III that would reach that goal. Thank you for hearing me out, and
Yeah, thank you.
thanks for doing this. I appreciate it.
Hey, Chip, can I add to
Real
AA
quick, hold on one
sense?
second. I just got to tell the audience, this live is going to be ending in about 3 minutes. So if you want to make a last comment, I do want to announce really quickly my normal schedule, though, so people who want to come back again can do so. I normally go every Wednesday night. Somebody's got their mic on there. Let me see if I can get that off. I normally go every Wednesday night from 7 p.m. Eastern to 9 p.m. Eastern. I know tonight's Thursday, so I do it differently. But then every Saturday I go from 12 to 4. So if you want to drop in then, we have plenty of time going on. Everything here is recorded. It's going to be up on my YouTube and my Rumble channel, usually within an hour or two of it finishing. You can find the links to those in my bio. It just says Linktree Chip Barnes. If you're an American, you can click it. If you're outside of America, you have to type in the characters that are written in my bio into your web browser. So with that said, Federico, why don't you give us the finishing comments, and we're going to shut down here shortly.
Yep, I'm gonna add to a Palestine some creation on Iran. You guys should understand Iran. It's called the Islamic Republic of Iran. And when the revolution happened, it happened by the people. If you guys would see in video, millions of people chose that leadership. And after they chose that leadership, now how Iran structured is, you have the religious part, because it's an Islamic republic, so there is a sovereign power in that land, which is Ayatollah Khamenei. And then they have the civil government, which is elected by the people. Recently they had elections. They have women in Congress. They have women in official jobs. The only way that it stays an Islamic state is by obeying the Islamic rules. And what is it? If you go to the Vatican City in Rome and you try to go in the Vatican City, the first thing they tell you on the door, go cover your head, cover your arms, and then walk in. And with that said, the social systems in Iran, it's very fair, distributed rightly to every single human. And don't forget that Iran has sanctions. So for a country to be able to thrive in self-defense, because right now Iran is leading in self-defense, probably would be one of the strongest countries in self-production and defense. And now the religious part of it, it's a totally different story, which is the Ayatollah. Then he's got the Revolutionary Guard that is separate from the Iranian civil government. They have the Iranian president. They have all the social institution working, functioning properly. Maybe they're not at the best, but they did them themselves in 50 years. Remember, guys, Iran is 73 until now. In 50 years, and look at that country what has accomplished. I think instead of looking at these countries and calling them evil, we should look at them and learn from them.
I agree. And Federico, I just wanted to chime in real quick and say thank you for everything you brought to this chat. And Chip, I wanted to thank you as well. And I just wanted to finish with one last real quick thing, because I know Chip said he had 3 minutes. He's going to end the live. I just want to say this, that it's very usual, it's very propagandish for a government to call another country or a country's beliefs or their religion or the way that they behave is barbaric, while being the barbarian. So you can say, oh, Iranians are barbaric and they're dangerous and they're all evil and they're all, slaves to their dictatorship government, while we have our own government doing mischievous things in the world and conducting and backing barbaric acts. So I think it's very strange to see the hypocrisy that goes on in the American government, calling other people barbarians while we are backing people doing horrible barbaric things. And I have a lot of respect for Iran. I have a lot of respect for Iraq. I have a lot of respect for everywhere in the world. But you know where I don't have respect? Because I know there's good and bad everywhere, in every race, every religion. There's going to be good people and bad people. But I'm telling you, I don't have respect for anyone that approves a genocide, whether it's in the Sudan, whether it's in Somalia, whether it's in China, whether it's in, obviously, Gaza. So I just wanted to finish with that.
You're muted.
Sorry about that. Thanks. Yeah, everybody, thanks for being here. If you're someone whose question in the comments did not get answered, please come back. And if you're somebody who tried to come up but couldn't, come on back up again. All voices are welcome, as you can see, even opinions that we disagree with. We can be polite and we can still be civil, but we can still disagree. So that's what will lead to peace, is people not banging on each other. So for those of you Zios who are watching, tear a page out of this book. Let's see if we can work together. Okay.
Hey, Chip. Chip, I was planning on doing a live Talk Lebanon.
That'd be cool.
I'll let you know, because I want to bring all the Lebanese fact in this war and how the landscape is. But I'm working on it. I'll let you know.
Yeah, sounds very interesting. I'd love to do that. That'd be great. Okay, everybody. I'll see you next time.